Yeah. I wanna build a life worth living. I wanna be rich cause I wanna be given. I feel the time keeps ticking. I wish I had more but I'll take what's given. I just wanna pop cause I've been working a lot. I think I deserve a shot, I think I deserve a spot. Cause it's been years on this path that I walked, and if I keep going I pray I'll be at the top. When I dream big, yeah I commit. Wanted this life since I was a little kid. Never thought twice, I just did what I did. Worked towards it and now I have an addiction. I've been living life like a dream, like it's fiction. I've been doing things like I have no restrictions. I don't plan to stop, no I don't plan on quitting. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I will never give up, I will never give in. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I've been on a mission, I ain't never quitting. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I believe in free will. I make choices that lead to what I build. I will never give up, I will never give in. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. Give me a minute, I need to test out my limits. I got descending to Guinness, I'm breaking records, I'm finished. I feel like I keep on winning. If I don't stop once I'm in it, I'm moving forward, I mentioned. But this is just the beginning. I've learned a lot of lessons, I've had a lot of blessings. My friends know I'm obsessive, they be chilling, I be stressing. But I don't second guess it, I'm loving every second. I see my life progressing, so I spend time investing. When I dream big, yeah I commit. Wanted this life since I was a little kid. Never thought twice, I just did what I did. Worked towards it and now I have an addiction. I've been living life like a dream, like it's fiction. I've been doing things like I have no restrictions. I don't plan to stop, no I don't plan on quitting. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I will never give up, I will never give in. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I've been on a mission, I ain't never quitting. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction. I believe in free will. I make choices that lead to what I build. I will never give up, I will never give in. Everything I do, yeah I do it with conviction.
I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rockin. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it. just think carefully, I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's turn on the cameras here. Let's get the show started. Oh, what a day today. Let me do a little recap of what my day has been. Early this morning, I had physical therapy, which was very painful for me. My back is really tight and not letting up. Still having issues with my spine. So I was doing a lot of physical therapy this morning, and I kind of forgot that I had a chiropractor appointment at 2:00. So I ended up going to my chiropractor appointment, and holy shit, he worked me out so hard on my legs. He was stretching me out and twisting me, and it was the first day that I have had a back-to-back where I had physical therapy and chiropractor appointment at the same day. Never again. I'm doing that. I'm one and done with that. And talking about one and done, the one that was off last week, but he's back this week with 129,000 subscribers, over 1,200 videos here posted on YouTube. The one, the only, Tyson DeLacruz.
What's up, man?
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up? What's up? What's up, chat? I'm doing well, man. You had a chiro today?
I had physical therapy for, first thing in the morning, and I had a chiropractor appointment at 2:00 this afternoon, and I will never do that again.
I'm sure that was a lot. When was the chiro appointment?
It was at 2:00, and when I got home from the physical therapy, I was so exhausted because my therapist really got to my back. And then I came home, took a nap, ended up waking up like around 12, and then got ready and went over to the chiropractor. And he was like, well, today I'm going to focus on your lower back, but I'm going to stretch your legs out and do all this stuff. And holy smokes, man, that was a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to have those back-to-back appointments, man. You know what's funny, dude? I was, because you have an acupuncture mat too. So,
Mhm.
but I have one, and it's the plastic one. But I was laying on it the other day, and I was like, man, you know what would feel good? The metal acupuncture mat, because those seem like fantastic, bro. So
It
what I do
is.
is I lay on the acupuncture mat, and then I have these like leg compression sleeves. They go on my legs, bro. Amazing, man. I'll fall
Oh,
asleep on the
yeah.
acupuncture mat, man.
Nice. See, my mat that I have is metal,
Yeah.
and you got to be careful because it will cut you.
Hmm.
So it's like you when you lay on it, you have to like lay on it and not rub, because if you like drag your body, you will cut yourself. It's like blades.
Yeah. Yeah. That's wild, man. You ready for
Yeah,
Thanksgiving?
man. Yeah, I'm ready. Actually, I got an invite to go over to a friend's house for Thanksgiving, which she cooks awesome. So I'm really looking forward to Thanksgiving this year.
That's awesome, man. You got to bring a dish
Um,
or no
Actually, I
dish?
have to ask her that because she's a chef, so she's working. She she the only thing I guess I got to bring her is a big bottle of wine.
Okay.
Because I always bring her a big ass bottle of wine, so I'll just make sure I'll bring two.
Yeah. Yeah. Does she have a
Yeah.
particular wine preference?
She likes the Zinfandel, the white
Okay.
Zinfandel.
Yeah.
So she's not too. She likes reds and carbonets, but she always asks me for the Zinfandel.
Got it. That's cool,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. How about you? How's the plans? What's the plans for you?
Oh, man, I having the family over at the house. So
Mhm.
we do Thanksgiving at the house at my place. So
Mhm.
um dude, I just order food, bro. It's super easy.
Okay.
I ordered it like a couple days ago. Um
Okay.
so and they did good last year. It's a barbecue spot out here. So they like smoked the turkey. It's probably one of the only turkeys that I really like, that I found to like, because they smoke it and they give you all the sides and all this stuff, and it's just easy, bro. No cleanup, just in and out, man. It's just a lot easier.
And you don't realize it, but you do save money on your electricity bill
I'm sure. I'm sure.
because you're not turning on the oven, you're not cooking up a storm there, and the ovens do take up a lot of electricity, and it could be painful for people that can't afford already the
Oh yeah.
electricity, and the fact they have to cook their turkey for like 6 hours. It
Bro,
hurts.
and that's the other thing, man. I cooked Thanksgiving like two or three Thanksgivings ago. And it was I was in the I was in the kitchen like 2 days. The nighttime, doing the thing with the turkey, it has to defrost. And then I had so much like leftover ingredients, not necessarily food, but leftover
Mhm.
ingredients that it took me a couple months to get rid of, just like, because you can't buy like a little bag of uh I don't know, like stuffing, like it's a big box of stuffing. Um just like seasonings that I don't normally use, I
Yeah.
just had it. It was just crazy.
You see, like the turkey, because I bought a turkey anyways. I still have a turkey, but I'm gonna probably save that turkey probably for Christmas and do a Christmas turkey.
Oh, dope.
Um, and what I like to do is, well, I defrost it, but I cut the fucking turkey in half.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I would cook like half of the turkey for Christmas and the other half for New Year's.
Oh, that's dope.
Like, yeah, I mean, because it's a big butterball. I mean, I got it last month. Like, I guess it was like I want to say like the 22nd of last month. Well, it was a nice big like over. I forgot, it's like 20 something pounds, but it's a good size and it's a
That's a
butterball.
big boy, man. That because I think the one we're getting is like 8 to 10. So, but they only give you half of it, which is
Hmm.
perfect. So
Hmm.
it's like a half of a turkey. You get the leg, the wing, and the
Yeah.
rest of the situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was actually thinking of, now that you reminded me, I was thinking of going to Honey Baked Ham and
Oh,
ordering
so
a ham. Yeah, I love their
so good.
ham, so I was thinking about ordering a ham to take it over to my friend's house also,
Yeah.
so we could have ham and turkey.
Honey baked ham is like a tier up. We don't have Boston Market here anymore. I don't even know if Boston Market still exists, but
No, no, they're out of
um,
business.
oh, okay. So it's like a tier up from, a couple tiers up from Boston Market, because they got all the
Mhm.
sides and all that other stuff
Yep,
at Honey Bake,
yep,
at Honey Bake
yep.
Ham. Dude, Boston Market used to be so good. I like Boston Market, man. Their sides,
I
not
do
so much
too.
their meat.
Dude, I'm so mad when they close down because we have plenty of them up here in Connecticut, and I used to love going there for their salads, like the chicken salad, and also like their salads were the bomb. And I used to add chicken to it, and it was like protein salad, and that's all I wanted. I didn't
Yeah.
want no carbs or anything. And my God, but their selection, they had such good selection, and I always used to love going there to eat the chicken because the chicken was really good. I love rotisserie chicken, and
Yeah.
I don't know how, but they just went out of business, and it's so heartbreaking because their food wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Do you guys have a Great Harvest Bread Company up there?
No.
Okay, so Great Harvest Bread Company is a bread spot, but they do sandwiches too. And when you said chicken salad sandwich, right? Or chicken
Mm,
salad, right?
the
So
chicken
they have,
salad,
yeah, like a tuna salad or like a legit lettuce,
like
tomato, zucchini.
lettuce,
Okay.
and they used to have like all different types of like salads, like Caesar, or and then all you did was like add chicken or extra chicken to it. Oh my God,
Yeah.
it was just, it hurts me every single time, like Boston Market, knowing that they're out of business.
Boston Market was wrong. I've never Terry says Golden Corral. I've only been to a Golden Corral once.
Yeah, I think there's only one here in Connecticut. Only Golden Corral CT left. Well, I think there's still one, but I think it's like towards the coast,
Have
over
you ever
probably
been?
by Connecticut. I think because I went to one here in Connecticut, and it was more towards the coast, but I'm
Okay.
not sure if they're not anymore. Okay, it's, thank you for letting me know. I don't really go to that one because it's so far.
Is it good? I've only been there
Um,
once, and I don't think
it's
I don't think I enjoyed it, but I don't
it's
know.
only good if you get there early,
Got
because
it.
if you get there later and there's a lot of people there, and a lot of germs, a lot of people touching up on the utensils, and um it just, just to think of it just turns me away.
Dude, it
It's true
reminds me of
because
like freaking uh potlucks at like an office, man. That's like
hmm
the worst, man. Potlucks at the office. Kind of it's kind of gnarly for me, man. Especially like when
well,
somebody makes deviled eggs and it just sits there for like 8 hours,
I got
and they're like,
I
"Oh, did
got
you
a
try
story
my
about
deviled
that.
eggs?" You're like, "No, I didn't. I didn't try your deviled eggs. I'm not gonna try your deviled eggs." They've been sitting there for like 8 hours, man.
We did one of those, right? Because I used to manage a commercial building down in South Florida. So there was this law firm office that all the girls I knew, and all the like paralegals and the undergrads were in there. And I was like, "Yo, we're going to the potluck, right?" And it's like, "Yeah, we're doing it at Samantha's house." Okay, cool. So we go over to Samantha's house, and they're not knowing what I'm bringing. I'm bringing like Rice Krispie treats that spike with marijuana, like with the keef of the marijuana. So they're like really loaded up Rice Krispie treats. Because
Yeah.
I knew so she loved like pot. So I was like, all right, took a tray, not knowing everybody just like, oh my God, these are so good. Oh my God, what you put in? Oh, I'm feeling really good. And I was like, oh Lord.
Oh
And I was
boy.
like, it has medicine in it. She's like, I don't care. It's making me feel good. I was like, oh, and I've done it here where I live too, and I have a neighbor. She smells it, and she's like, you're bringing me some, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna bring you some." And sure enough, man, she's like, she turns into a gremlin. Like she's like, "Give me." I'm like, "Oh, okay, here."
Yo, Terry says good Chinese. I'm a sucker for a good Chinese buffet. Real talk.
Me too.
Like there's a place not too far from me. Super good. Like good Chinese buffet. I'm a sucker for it, man.
Me
I
too.
am a sucker for it.
Tyson,
Especially if
when I
they
go
got
out there
fish
too.
selections and stuff like that, shrimp and all that other stuff.
Well, when I go out to Vegas, because I'm planning to go out next year, out there to Vegas for about 4 or 5 days,
We're
I
going.
definitely will gotta hit up a Chinese buffet.
Yeah, we're going. We got
we
some good
gotta,
we got some good ones out here, man. We got
yeah,
some good ones,
I,
man.
yeah, because I'm thinking about going over there. for about like 5, maybe 6 days, because I want to go
Dope.
to the Grand Canyon and all that stuff. So
Dope.
I was gonna
Yeah, keep me
rent a
posted.
car and all that stuff.
Yeah, keep me posted, man. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, yeah. I'll let you know ahead of time. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know, and because I'm not gonna stay on the strip. Hell no, because I'm not gonna pay all those stupid taxes and all those stupid resort fees for what? I don't.
There's some really, really dope spots like that are not on the strip either. There's some Airbnbs too, but like
Hmm.
yeah, just yeah, we could talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have, yeah, because I'm already, my mind's already processing for 2026, and I'm definitely want to go to Vegas, and also want to see the Grand Canyon, and I want to possibly, if possible, go to Joshua's Tree in California.
Dope. Yeah, Joshua's Tree is
So
cool, man.
I've never been. I've always wanted to go, and I got to get a stone from there. So I don't want to. Well, maybe I'll get stone there, but no, I need to grab a stone from there and bring it back to me here.
Yeah, Joshua Tree's cool, man. I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
So
tranquil.
yeah, very relaxing. Just to keep your mind, like, to meditate and to, let's say, because I want, what I wanted to do is I wanted to build a fire and start a fire and just sit there and just meditate, and maybe taking in some medicine, but mostly from meditating. And yeah, I gotta make it happen. I was gonna do it a few years back, but that trip got canceled. But I need to come up with a plan, and I am gonna do it. So when I say I'm gonna do something, I'll do it.
Dope.
Yeah. So I don't know. I know you've been following up on the news.
I have, man. I have. It's been wild, man. It's been wild.
You know
You
what?
know what you got lined up first? Because I don't
Well,
want to.
this is, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to let you start off with something and have you bring up a topic, and we'll focus on that, and then I'll come in and then hammer down some stuff, because I got a lot of freaking windows open here,
Yeah.
and I'd rather for you have you start off, and then I could come up and follow up,
Yeah.
because
There. It's crazy, man. Because like, I don't necessarily generally cover like Epstein stuff and all this other stuff,
okay,
um, but that's one of the things that they're like, oh, what about the Epstein files and all this other stuff? I'm like, dude,
I got something, Epstein.
the
Let me.
Epstein files, like I saw what happened with Hakeem Jeffries and
Hmm.
Plankston, while she
Hmm.
was texting Jeffrey Epstein while she was doing her, well, they were, I don't know what they were doing, but she was texting him. And
Oh, yep, yep, yep. I saw that. I think I reported on that yesterday.
yeah, and
That
it's
was
like,
crazy. At the same time, she was talking with them and texting with them.
yep, all that, and then the Hakeem Jeffries situation, inviting him over for dinner and all this other stuff, you know, they're saying, Pam Bondi kind of got stuck a little bit, just in my opinion, because initially when they rolled this out, and honestly, let me jump into this, but like Pam Bondi got stuck a little bit. Cash Patel got stuck a little bit when they asked about transparency and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, I don't think, me personally, anything more than what's already out is going to come out.
Hmm.
Um, they're not going to, they're going to release a bunch of slew of stuff. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a big old nothing burger, because there's so many people that are involved in this situation that,
Yes.
that like, you do
Mhm.
people really think, like, if there's these high power individuals that are involved in this situation, and I'm not talking about, the leaders that we see on television, but I'm talking about
Mhm.
high power individuals that got the money. You think that they're going to let some of these people just walk around saying that they're victims of this situation without securing their position.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, who was it? Was it Laura Loomer? Was it Laura or Marjorie Taylor Greene? They had like a bunch of witnesses and it's like, okay, well then say somebody's name. Say somebody's name. Say something then, right?
Mm-hmm.
We saw what happened when somebody spoke out before.
Oh yeah, they kill them.
Right.
they don't live too long
Right.
after you expose them.
Right. It's not gonna. I don't think anything's gonna happen personally. I think it's gonna be kind of like a nothing burger again. And that's just my personal thoughts. What do you think about it?
I mean, you're barking up the right tree because accountability doesn't really, it's a word that they use in Washington, D.C. That's why we have that shirt made, make
Yep.
accountability great again. And I feel like we need to push that out very hard because Washington, D.C., they don't know that word. They don't know what accountability is, and none of them get in trouble. It's like, when are we going to start bringing like the hammer down on these people and start throwing them in jail, and getting them out of Washington? Because we're talking about draining the pool and nobody's draining shit. If they're still in there, that shit is still like not working. So I say flood them out. Don't drain them, flood them out and get them out of there. And you got to bring accountability and bring the fear of the law, because I feel like once you become a congressman or a senator and stuff, like you don't be held accountable. And then if you do go to jail, you get out right away.
Yep.
And it all
Yep.
depends. If you did something right, but then you get punished, like what they did with the Trump situation, and they sent all his people pretty much to jail, then you have to have Trump come out and, sign, a order to get them out. It's like, I don't know. It's just you could. I think government is just a big mob. Like, it's just a big mob, and they control everyone, and they control all the money and the purse, and they feel like they could do whatever they want, and they have been doing that. I mean, I have a video here if you want to see.
Yeah.
This get this started. Hold on.
Yeah, and that's the reality. Like, that's the real truth, right? Like, that is what you just said right there. That is the absolute real truth about the situation. Yes, there's good things going on. Yes, there's amazing things happening. But also at the end of the day, there are some very powerful people in play that control the people that we see, regardless of the administration.
Oh yeah, and Harris is like, Trump is gaslighting Americans on Epstein. Bitch, you had the opportunity for 4 years to go over those files and release the Epstein files, but what did you do? Nothing.
That's the thing. Like, and I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything in those files that have Trump guilty by anything, right? Because if that was the situation, they would have released that with fury during this last presidential campaign. They wouldn't have let that fly. Like,
Exactly.
what they got is probably nothing, because everything is already gone. Whoever was involved is already like, all that stuff is already burned, destroyed, whatever it is, right? It's just another distraction, like,
I mean,
it's all gone.
I believe the distraction is the Epstein, right? But the reality is Hillary. Like, all her servers and all her shit, and they keep like putting other things in front of her to block them from getting to Hillary, because Hillary's tied up in all this too, and especially with Epstein. So,
Allegedly.
like, yeah, allegedly, right? But I see it because I saw her on the plane. I could see her on the plane. It's crazy. Like, I don't trust the Clintons for anything, but let's go ahead and watch this real quick.
Yep.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Joe, also recently claimed that a whole slew of Republicans took money from Jeffrey Epstein, but she may have gotten a little bit over her skis. Listen to this.
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly: Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush.
Do you want to correct the record on the people that
Listen, I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted the Republicans to think
What?
about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies.
So
Can you
Zeldin
rewind that back
responded
real quick?
saying, when you find yourself in a hole,
Yeah,
it's
no,
best
we're
to
gonna watch
stop
this
digging.
again.
The public FEC report, Crockett
We're gonna watch this again. Hold on, Tyson. Hold on, we're gonna watch this again. First thoughts, real quick, Tyson. She's batshit crazy.
She said, "Did I didn't say the Jeffrey Epstein. I said a Jeffrey Epstein. This
Yes,
woman, she's crazy.
she is crazy, my man. Here we go. Hold on, I'm gonna set up right now. Here we go. Let me put this here. Okay, listen in.
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my
Jeffrey
team dig
Epstein.
in very quickly.
She said it.
Mitt Romney, the NRCC,
She said
Lee
Jeff Epstein.
Zeldin, George Bush.
Do you want to correct the record on the people that
Listen, I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans,
No, she
I
didn't.
at least don't go out and just tell lies.
So
No.
Zeldin responded saying,
Wait a minute. No, she didn't. Tyson. She said Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but she said a
She
Jeffrey
didn't say
Epstein.
a Jeffrey Epstein. She
Well,
said
no,
Jeffrey
no.
Epstein.
I know, but she said
Look,
what she's saying is like she said I said a Jeffrey Epstein, not the Jeffrey Epstein.
yeah. Well, she's trying to say a Epstein, but not Jeffrey Epstein. Like she did say Jeffrey Epstein because I
Yeah.
have it right here. Listen, like
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein.
hello. She just said it right there. Jeffrey Epstein. She didn't say a Epstein. She said
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein. Not good. Not good. She needs to be censored big time.
As I had my team dig in very quickly: Mitt Romney,
Your team
the
sucks.
NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush.
do you want to correct the record on the people that
Listen, I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies.
So Zeldin responded saying, when you find yourself in a hole, it's best to stop digging. The public FEC report Crockett referenced on the House floor very clearly states that the Jeffrey Epstein who donated to my past campaign was a physician, and the donation date was well after the other Jeffrey Epstein was already dead. But Joe, she told her team to Google and says that she never lied. Your thoughts?
Well, she went on CNN to say that. And if you watch that full interview, you would think that Caitlin Collins, who's sitting there, who pretends to be an anchor on CNN primetime, would have at least pushed her on that, would have pushed out that interview afterwards saying, wow, look at this. We called Jasmine Crockett a dead lie. And she made this ridiculous excuse that she said a Jeffrey Epstein instead of the Jeffrey Epstein. Instead, she's on that network as if she has a cot in the green room. It just appears at any time, whether it be CNN or MSNBC, she is the new cable news star, and she is everything that is wrong with politics and most of legacy media these days. Because, look, she gets rewarded for saying provocative, stupid things. And I guarantee you, instead of CNN or MSNBC or all these other places that have her on saying, you know what, she's not credible, guys, maybe let's not put her on as much. She's going to get more airtime. And when she loses, when she runs for Senate, she'll be the next co-host of The View or on CNN with Caitlin Collins, because that's the brand at this point. Say ridiculous things, get the cheap clicks, and then worry about the truth later. That's where we're at this point in terms of legacy media, guys.
Joe, you said the key word there, Senate. Because I look at this and say, people say stupid things, to your point, on TV all the time. Sometimes me. I know it's a shock. But when you say something that tiptoes along the lines of defamation, you are connected to Jeffrey Epstein. That goes into the category of falsehoods. And the fact that she calls her team as the one that helped her find this information, shouldn't Democrats be a little bit worried that they're thinking of this person and her team for one of the 2 Senate seats in Texas?
That's the thing, right? I mean, you want to build around this brand of Jasmine Crockett. Charlemagne the God, who is a radio host here in New York that a lot of people respect his opinion, he says that she should be the leader of the Democrat Party moving forward. Again, just because you say provocative things on the air and because you go after Trump the way she does, calling him, the next Hitler, that shouldn't be rewarded. Instead, that's exactly what's being rewarded, but she will not be rewarded by voters in Texas. That's for certain. She could lose by 15, 20 points there if she were to run against Ted Cruz next year. It appears like that's going to be the case. She's the front runner right now as far as getting the Democratic nod in that state. But again, that is a losing proposition if this is the person that you're going to put your money behind.
Yeah, well, the president just signed the bill that starts the clock for these files to be released, and we've already seen 2 Democrats this week in the news, Larry Summers and Stacey Plaskett, with some pretty unflattering connections to him. So more to come. There could be a tidal wave, and it's clear that this could cut in all sorts of different ways. Joe, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time, as always.
All right, guys.
All right, so that's that, right, with Jasmine Crockett. I have another video of Jasmine Crockett, but we'll first talk upon Jasmine Crockett, and then we'll watch the other one because the other one's kind of a little funny.
She's, she's out here. She's out here. She's the loudest one in regards of the party, right? So obviously she's going to continue to do what she's got to do because she's doing what she has to do to get that money, right? That's the main reason why they're pushing her, right? Hakeem was the same situation, 8 months ago, 12 months ago, whatever it was. She's the loudest one. She might not be the smartest tool in the shed. She's not. With her eyelashes out there, her different hairdos. She got more hairdos than Cardi B on the witness stand. But
that hair could talk, it would say a lot. I'm just saying, man. She's doing what she has to do to stay in the spotlight, which is absolutely ridiculous. And then the people, the individuals that are going to back her, they're going to see that she's out there. She's the most outspoken one. And then you got other people in her party pushing her. And you think she just be talking trash. She don't come close to Ted Cruz. There's no way she could ever get close to Ted Cruz. I mean, she may try. She will lose. But we need to get her out of Washington. This girl is not like, how is she staying in Washington and then spreading lies in Washington and getting away with it?
Yep.
That's reckless.
Yep.
And this is the same Jasmine that was doing her little dance when Trump was talking. And she was doing her little dance in the back because she wasn't on the floor. Like, she wasn't listening in. She went to her office and she did some TikTok dancing.
Yep.
What a clown. What a buffoon. Okay. That leads up to the next here. Let's check this one out because it has to do with Jasmine Crockett. Crockett shit.
It's time for lefties losing it, and they're singing again, or miming in this case. Can someone let lefty politicians know you don't have to jump on every social media trend favoured by teenage girls? You really don't, Jasmine.
Oh no, not this shit. Crazy. Oh no.
Now to the leftist heartland of Portland, where a bunch of activists got together, donned neon leotards, and held
Oh yeah,
an
you report
aerobics
on this. It was
class
funny.
outside of an ICE detention facility as a show of resistance.
Hey, no, not these old people. The senior citizens home. We need more gyms for seniors. There's enough land to build a gym.
Of course, there was a ferry there. I wish I never knew what a ferry was. Now, let's hear from world-class hypocrite Sunny Hostin, one of the co-hosts of The View. And wowee, what a difference a year makes. When Biden was in power last year, she didn't want to know about the Epstein list. Indeed, she warned anybody who would listen that just being named doesn't mean you're guilty of anything. But now that Trump is in power, well, she's changed her tune. She wants to let it rip.
People were dying for this information. There was some sort of list that everybody thought was going to come out, and who's on the list. What's important for us to note is we shouldn't be repeating names that are on the list, because just because your name has not on the list, but in the documents, just because your name is on the documents doesn't mean that you have done anything criminally irresponsible or illegal or civilly irresponsible. Or that you were a client. Or that you were a client. Right. Only really, these documents, as I read them, only reflect Epstein's sexual assaults of women and his sexual behavior. So I think that... And Ghislaine also? And Ghislaine. And so being named in this suit does not equate to being accused of wrongdoing. And I think that is extremely important, because conspiracy theorists seem to not understand or enjoy facts. Yes. These are the facts.
There is a list. Trump's name is on the logs, the passenger logs of Epstein's aircraft at least 7 times. That's already been made public. I mean, of course, Trump is denying any and all allegations, but all of that information is out there. Why not just put it to rest and say, release the list?
Because she didn't even want anyone on the list named last year. Now she's red hot to go. Now, when she's not being a world-class hypocrite, Sunny Hostin is indulging in her favourite pastime of race baiting. Her race obsessions have, well, been well documented. She bleats on endlessly about white supremacy and racism.
Sure
weirdly,
does.
wants to live in an all-white neighbourhood. And here, Sunny again claims that America is built on racism and slavery.
This is a country based on racism and slavery, and founded in it. There is systemic racism
and misogyny.
And there are people that I've never met anyone that raises their hand and says, I am racist. However, there are people that seem to be able to look the other way when it comes to racism.
Oh, she's so tiresome and ill-informed, but it wouldn't be a Sunny Hostin rant if it didn't have a segue into some Trump derangement syndrome.
So you have a president who traffics in misogyny, who traffics in xenophobia, who traffics in sexism.
And won
against a Black woman. So don't tell me that this country is ready for a Black woman. Don't tell me this country is ready for a woman.
Hillary Clinton was one of the most qualified people.
Now here is Michigan State Superintendent Sue Carnell, who can't seem to answer a simple question, a question so easy that a child could answer it with ease.
How many genders are there? How many genders are there?
Different people have different beliefs on that.
Well, you can believe all you want, but science says there's 2.
Now, I want to play you a little of Bill Maher's chat with actor and comic Patton Oswalt, who thinks he's very informed, very compassionate and intelligent. He thinks he's a political animal. Turns out he's a bubble-dwelling fool who hasn't even heard of the grooming gang scandal in the UK. Somehow he missed that huge scandal where thousands of young girls were sexually abused while authorities turned a blind eye because their attackers happened to be mainly members of the Pakistani community. And gosh, we can't go around enforcing the law and being seen as racist. Watch Patton squirm here as Bill Maher schools him.
You know, grooming, the grooming scandal?
No.
See, that's a big story.
This is in the UK.
Yes, that went on from like the 80s to the present, and it wasn't
You're talking about the royal family.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about Pakistani men who were immigrants, who were grooming poor, impoverished white girls mostly in these things and making them into prostitutes and sex slaves and like really nasty. And if you don't understand that, and that gender apartheid is the #1 issue that you woke people should be concerned with, but seem not to be, then right away we're not really seeing the world as the same way. And I think I'm seeing it much more clearly.
Yeah, but
gender apartheid should be your #1 issue. If you really care about oppression, like a lot. I'm talking about hundreds of millions of the world's women. And this is why England is having a big problem these days. Because in the interest of DEI, they are allowing practices that are so illiberal, which is the great irony. This is the least liberal thing you could be, is treating women as a second-class citizen.
Seems to think it's a big joke.
I don't trust them either.
As far as the grooming scandal goes,
He's just
there
a
were
weird
how
one.
many inquiries and trials stemming from that saga, and yet Patton
But he's
has
not
never
far
heard of
left.
any of it. That bubble he exists in must be reinforced with titanium. Let's bring in documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, the ignorance there is profound. And from someone who is very political, very outspoken on all sorts of political and social issues, and yet he missed the UK's grooming gang scandal.
I mean, that wasn't even the biggest problem. Okay, look, I'm sure a lot of people left have never heard of this, right? Because the mainstream media really has been hiding that issue, shockingly. Look, that dumb mini-me didn't even know anything about Bill Maher's positions on these things. That's the crazy thing. Like, he's in the same world as Bill Maher, had no idea what Bill Maher's been saying for the last 5 to 7 years. Even more fascinating than the grooming scandal was the whole thing began, and I want to do a blow-by-blow because the whole, and I beg people
Yes,
to
I've seen it.
watch that, at least that portion. It's a 2-hour podcast. At least watch that like 15 minutes of it because it's so illuminating and fascinating. So he's just sitting there, and the whole thing began when he's talking about how great AOC is. And then Bill Maher responds with, well, if she gets deprogrammed, and you see his face, and he's like, what are you talking about? And Bill Maher's like, AOC is like a crazy leftist. And he goes, no, she's not. Like, he doesn't even register that AOC is on the far left. That's what's so crazy about it. And then it goes on. He's like, they're talking about COVID. He's like, well, the Democratic Party is the party of science. And Bill Maher's like, no, they're not. Like, have you seen the whole thing about gender and how they refuse to acknowledge sex? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what? And he's like, well, if they do, it's because they're weaponizing it against trans people to scapegoat them. And Bill Maher, to his credit, he's like, what exactly are the trans people scapegoating for? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he couldn't come up with anything, obviously. The whole thing was crazy. Please go see it. But the best part was like, hey, no, I'm not in this leftist bubble. I read The Guardian. I kid you not. That was his response. Yeah, you know what? I read Pravda. Okay? Thank you very much.
But that's the Californian left for you. They're just so insulated from the real world and mainstream opinions across America. And that's why they get so shocked when Trump happens and he gets elected and wins quite easily. They don't know anybody who would possibly support him. Now, who knew Nicki Minaj would become the voice of reason and courage amongst celebrities? Today, she delivered a powerful speech at the United Nations to highlight the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. She started off by thanking President Donald Trump for bringing attention to the issue.
I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage in calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria, to combat extremism, and to bring a stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to freedom of religion or belief. I stand here as a proud New Yorker with a deep sense of gratitude that we live in a country where we can freely and safely worship God, regardless of one's creed, background, or politics.
And Nicki Minaj spoke of the plight
Huge
of
difference from
Christians
her
in
from Cardi B.
Nigeria, thousands of whom have been slaughtered by Islamists.
Big
Faith
time.
is under attack in way too many places. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray.
Army, I've got to say, I'm
She earned my
impressed. I don't
respect,
normally
Matt.
care for celebrity opinions, but she's bringing
She earns my
attention to
respect, big
something
time.
that is being
I
actively
knew she was a good one.
ignored by so many. Even some of the reporting on this, they say alleged persecution of Christians, despite all the available evidence.
Yeah, look, count me in as a member of the paid member of the Barbs. What can I tell you? Nicki Minaj, wow, all I thought she did was sing. I'll take the win wherever I can get it. Look, it's really, it's interesting. Yes, like you said, the way this is being kind of framed by the media is just so fascinating. I read article after article about this. CNN talking about how this is really a nuanced and complex issue. Really,
See how she was dressed at the UN? She covered up.
They cannot make Muslims the bad guys. They just can't do it, no matter what the truth and the facts tell you. Right? They cannot say that Christians are being persecuted by Muslim people. They have to say, like, well, by the way, Muslim people are being killed too, which is totally true. But they're being killed because they're not being Islamic enough of these radicals in Nigeria. Right? They leave that part out conveniently. And so interesting, they're giving the number of Christians killed. They gave the lowest number possible cited, right? Like all the numbers are between, 30 and 60,000, 35 and 60,000 Christian civilians being killed. And they quoted a 20,000 number, which is an outlier number. It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Even more fascinating is yet when they're talking about the number of civilians killed in Gaza, right? 30 to 50,000. Look, protests across the street, outrage across the globe. But when Christians are being murdered in Nigeria or Islamic people being killed for not being Islamic enough, total quiet. Then it becomes complex and nuanced. I don't see any encampments going on, right? Do you? I didn't. Look, the left, they don't care about black people being killed, I guess. They only care about Palestinians when they're being killed by Jews. I don't know what to tell you. That's what I see from those numbers.
Wow.
Well, I've got to say, Nicki Minaj was a lot more eloquent than Cardi B. Remember, she spoke at a Kamala rally. Did not go well. Now, there was a lot of pomp and ceremony at the White House for the state visit of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Let's have a look at President Trump greeting the Crown Prince. And they had fruitful discussions with the Crown Prince announcing a massive boost to investment in the US.
We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, is really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economical growth, more business in America. And it will also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI.
Army, $600 billion to $1 trillion in new investment. The US-Saudi relationship is just strengthening further.
Yeah, $1 trillion here, $1 trillion there. Soon we're talking about real money, Rita. Look, okay, let me start with stuff I didn't love, and then we'll go to the stuff that I love, right? Not a big fan of the Saudis getting F-35s. I got to tell you, I don't like Arabs having that kind of technology.
I kind of agree on that.
Technology transfers don't really look. I like the move they're going in. Don't totally trust them at this point. Certainly, a fan of the Abraham Accords. I'll get that in a second. And look, didn't love also the whole when they brought up Khashoggi, which is a legitimate question to ask. The Saudi security service literally dismembered a man, okay, and put him in a suitcase to get rid of him. Not a huge fan of that, and didn't like when Trump was
Nah,
like,
that's true.
well, you know, some people didn't like the guy. Fine. Okay, I get it. Now, having said that, finally, look, what do we have with 4 years of Biden? We had him pushing the Saudis. Oh, this is real. As much as I don't trust the Saudis, this is realpolitik at its finest. Okay, you deal with the people who are there, and him pushing the Saudis away for years. How the Saudis pivot toward who? Not England, not France. They pivoted toward the other powers in the world. They pivoted toward China. They pivoted toward Russia. That's not good for the United States. That is not good for peace around the world. They even started flirting with engagement with Iran because they were afraid of being left out in the cold with the Biden administration poo-pooing them and pushing them off to the side.
Yep.
Okay, that's the way we work. This is the reality of politics. Having them join the Abraham Accords, which is clearly the direction we're going in, is an absolute game changer for the Middle East. Okay, the Abraham Accord was big enough as it is. And let's be honest, the Gulf states would not have signed up without Saudi assent. But the Saudis have actually put their name on normalization with the state of Israel is something massive, and also puts the Palestinians in a difficult position and would lead toward eventual peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Okay, instead of what we had during the Biden administration, the Houthis continuing to bomb all across the Middle East because they were out of control because he would not support the Saudis in his war against the Houthis. That's the situation we find ourselves in. So kudos to the president to having him come to the White House, and kudos to pushing forward with the Abraham Accords.
And there was a sign that relations between Elon Musk and President Trump have improved. Musk was at the White House dinner for the Crown Prince. Of course, they came together after that little tiff they had at Charlie Kirk's funeral in Phoenix, and it seems like things are improving there. Now, the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly to force the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. Several of Epstein's survivors were present in the House chamber during the vote. There were cheers when the resolution passed. Army, the Democrats pushed for this after sitting on the report for how long? It's just fascinating to see this turnaround where they suddenly, this is the number one issue for them.
Yeah, it really is interesting. Look, from a tactical perspective, I think Trump should have done this earlier, but he feels like kind of pressured into it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. The House voted for this bill to release all the information. Now the Senate did. It's going to go on to Trump's desk, and he will sign it. And like Trump said, he's like, look, this is more of a you problem than a me problem. Right? This is more of a Democratic problem than a Republican problem. And, how do we know that? Well, this is not a bigger story out of Republican conservative media, I don't understand. But a Democratic representative, right, for the Virgin Islands was literally texting with Epstein during the hearing when she was questioning Michael Cohen. Okay, she was taking directions from Epstein. It's unbelievable. This isn't a bigger issue on CNN and MSNBC now. Okay, it is crazy. And her defense was, y'all don't know me. Yeah, we do. We do. Okay. How do I know this is not an issue for Trump, that Trump is not involved in this at all? We know it. Why? Because Biden had all this information. If Trump was in it, you don't think he would have released it? Of course he would have. That's why this is not a Trump issue. Okay. I think tactically he made a mistake not doing this, but at the end of the day, it's really going to be a non-issue. It's the Russia thing all over again. I think the fascinating part is these strange bedfellows, right? With the right,
I said this a long time ago.
Left. And you see Steve Bannon, who was, by the way, also a friend of Epstein, not just a friend, but he was helping Epstein. Epstein was emailing with him on what to do, and he was advising him on how to get the PR issues he had. Why is Steve Bannon making this issue? Because he hates Donald Trump, hates his policies. The whole thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? She's now, she was on The View. Jimmy Kimmel loved her. Do you hear Jamie Raskin said he wants her to be part of the Democratic Party? What is happening? It's all crazy. It's out of control.
You're so right that 2019 was when Epstein was texting with a Democrat during a congressional hearing. pretty much giving instructions, it looked like. And we've had the likes of Hakeem Jeffries soliciting money from Epstein, who was a prolific Democrat donor. And not enough is said about that. He was a Democrat and he put his money where his beliefs were. It's going to be fascinating what's there, but I think people do have to be careful because there will be names that have done nothing wrong, that have absolutely no wrongdoing. And if you go accusing them of being sex offenders or pedophiles, you're probably going to get some defamation lawsuits coming your way. I think people just need to be a little bit rational here and a little bit measured when this list is released, Army. Army, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for your time.
You know, what do you think, Tyson? This here.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's on
computer's
which
going
particular
slow.
component. The Epstein stuff.
The Epstein stuff is we know it's all a waste of time. It's a trap.
Yeah, it's just that.
I just feel like it's a trap.
I want to compliment Nicki Minaj, man. Like, she showed up, did some amazing things, and even like her posts recently on social media platforms, she's really advocating for the administration, which is super awesome. And then she's more well spoken and well put together, and knows how the crowd. She knows how to read a room. She doesn't show up with her boobies out. She knows how to eloquently talk, versus a Cardi B who has trouble with the teleprompter. Yeah.
We need precious over here. We need patience. Was it patience?
Patience or precious?
We need patience. I think it was patience because she was like, it sounded weird when she was saying it, right? She's like, I need patience over here. I was like, why she need patience? Like, what's going on? Why she needs patience? She's like, patient? Like, it was just weird. You got to go back and watch that because that's like a trip to the Twilight Zone for sure.
And then with the Saudi, regarding the Saudi investment, they amped it up from 600 to 1 trillion. Kudos. But it's great, in regards of American economy. And I know we just split a deal with them in regards of particular fighter jets and military equipment, and things like that. Honestly, the
F-35s.
Yeah. Like, honestly, they do need the support. And, the individual there had mentioned something really good, because in the previous administration, they lost trust and resources during the previous administration, so now it's like, okay, well, where are we going to get oil from, in regards to the Saudis, in regards to the United States? It's like, okay, we gotta re-strengthen the allies here. I don't know if,
and I understand.
What was that?
The F-35s, right?
Yeah.
So, and I know it's for their protection against Iran. Okay. So these are a big upgrade. Okay. F-35s are a big fucking upgrade. And it can handle Iran. So, I mean, maybe front line, F-35s on the front line over in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia has done a lot of good for the United States back in the past, especially during the Iraq, all the wars over there in Iraq, pretty much Desert Storm, all the ones that you want to name. Saudi Arabia played a really big role in letting the military use their airspace and operations from there.
Yep.
So, it's kind of like, look, we helped you then. Can help us now? We work together, and everyone wins. Oh, the train of truth is here.
The what?
When you hear the train horn, it's the train of truth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where they're gonna get. I don't know where they're gonna get $1 trillion, but whatever.
Who, the Saudis? Saudis got money, man.
Yeah.
Saudis got they got so much. $1 trillion investment.
Obviously, they don't want to partner with Venezuela, right? So it's like, okay. We got to figure something
Yeah,
out here.
the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the one in Venezuela, they're gonna definitely gonna try to overturn the government and put in a better regime. But the problem is, like, the cartels run very deep in the jungle of Venezuela, so it's gonna be very easy because this is like a guerrilla warfare. And how are you gonna attack a guerrilla in their home?
Yeah. And that's,
Because
like, because most of their revenue, most of Saudi's revenue, doesn't it come from oil?
yes,
Yeah.
and oil is as rich as gold.
Correct.
No, I see all phase because, like, I'm looking at the, like, in Venezuela, right? Because their neighbors, they have a lot of oil reserves off of their coast.
Who?
And Venezuela has been eyeing on that territory for a long period of time. And it's over in Guyana.
Yep.
And it's right off the coast of Guyana. And Venezuela wants to get it from them. And the US is playing a role in defense. That's the real true story in all this, besides the presidency and all that stuff. But in reality, it's about that oil field that they discovered. Do your research. For the people listening, it's always about oil. At the end of the day, it's about the money. And the puppet, we could get rid of him. And the drugs, because they are one of the main suppliers to the world for very elusive drugs and not so good drugs.
Yep.
That's distributed worldwide. That comes from Colombia and it comes from Venezuela, and they're neighbors,
Yep.
by the way.
Yep. They're the main distribution hub. One of the main distribution hubs.
Yeah. So if you're gonna go after Venezuela, well, you best believe you better go after Colombia too. Because they're neighbors and they go right into each other like no problem. And there's a lot of jungle in between both. That's why the US, it's like, do you really want to get into like a Vietnam War again? Or you just want to do a one and done? Like, go in there, take out the president, and then, put another, I guess, like, what's the plan? Who's gonna take over presidency? Is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, what's her name, that's gonna make it and get it into become president of Venezuela? Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
At least there's stability in the Middle East, and they are friends. If because they seem pretty loyal, but you got to be careful because there's an infiltration in our country. It's Trump is going to end up signing the Insurrection Act. And it's because there's a mass influx of Arabs here in America, and they're taking over like cities like New York City and all around Minnesota, and they're spreading to Texas and Florida, and they're like intruding, and they're here already. And when is Trump gonna say enough is enough and sign the Resurrection Act, like the Insurrection Act?
I know that was on the table a couple
That's
days
what I
ago.
want to see.
Did he sign it already? I thought it was.
It needs to be signed. No,
Yeah.
I don't know. It hasn't come on the news or anything, but he needs to sign that Insurrection Act, because that would get a lot of these people out of here, and a lot of people that voted in, let's say, New York City, for instance, allegedly, voted more than once, and it
Yeah.
was reported and caught, and it was documented. So they can't say no, it didn't happen. It wasn't. No, like he voted, and it was a fraudulent vote. And I live right next to fucking New York City, dude. I'm not too far from New York City. That's fucking. It just annoys me. Because they're bringing their people in, and then they're having their prayers.
That place is
for-
gonna crumble, man.
Yeah, they have their prayers 4 times a day. They start like around 5 in the morning, and it's very loud, and they just play it throughout the whole city. And then when they pray, they all pray in the middle of the street or everywhere, wherever they're at. They have their little mat, and they pray.
That's wild.
Like, and that's an infiltration. Like, how did they infiltrate our system and our government? I thought you had to be an American citizen to be in any part of government. Like, I don't know when that changed.
Yeah,
because I was when I grew up and I went through the school, I thought you had to be an American, and your parents had to be American in order to be able to run for presidency. You have to actually be like
A United States
a couple
citizen,
of generations, U.S. citizen.
Yep.
So I mean, when did the rules change? Fill me in, because I don't know. Like, I have like a Arab like mayor coming up here, in New York City. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, just like what happened in Minnesota, man.
And
all those
yeah,
Somalian infiltration,
Yeah.
not assimilating to the culture.
And then I saw the Madani video, like the I'm a nanny and shit. I'm like, well, you're my nanny. What the fuck is like? What are you talking about? The old lady with some wild makeup on, and she was like, "Let me whisper in your ear," and all this and whispering. I was like, "What the fuck is this? What's going on here?" Like, can you help me? I don't know. I need help. Like, let's check out this next one because it ties in right into what we're talking about. So, and this is coming from Liberal Hive Mind. So great channel too. I love his content.
I like them. They're great.
Yeah, he's awesome. Like,
hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, it feels like the moral of the story here with this
learned English and went home
is that nothing really is ever truly as easy as you may think on the surface. And I can personally relate to this. I've been buying a bunch of gear, a bunch of tools, trying to get into a little bit of woodworking and doing stuff like that, being a handyman. And while generally I have a decent knack for this stuff and just figuring it out, it just happens over and over again when you're first starting. You buy a bunch of tools, you realize certain things aren't compatible, you didn't buy the proper widget, you're missing, X, Y, and Z. It seems simple in theory, cut wood, put together, job done, but it's always a little bit more complicated than that. And the most important element is human experience. Well, Mamdani, we know, has no human experience. And this, of course, is why he seems to be face planting before even making it to office. All these promises that he's been making, these socialist promises, they're always the most grand of promises. Mamdani's going to totally revolutionize New York City. It's going to be so easy, guys. Trust me, bro. We're going to stumble upon all of this money and be able to provide all of these services. And of course, he's going to take on President Trump. Ooh, Trump's shaking in his boots. But none of it is as easy as he described in his campaign slogans. And that seems to be exactly what he is learning. He hasn't even been sworn into office yet, and President Trump's not waiting. He's already boxing him in. Zoran Mamdani was running wild with his resisting Trump rhetoric, standing up to fascism. He's going to stop President Trump. And in comes Trump and Tom Homan, 5 frickin' steps ahead, already outplaying and outmaneuvering this kid. And that's really the least of his problems. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so Mamdani was going to block Donald Trump All the illegals were safe under Mamdani's leadership. That's what he told them. Well, the Trump administration, of course, has been paying attention to this, and they've already formed a strategy. Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, is now warning that New York is going to see a massive boost in ICE enforcement ahead of Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani's swearing in.
President Trump and me talked about San Francisco, and I actually spoke to the mayor of San Francisco, and he goes, look, let my law enforcement, my leadership, let us see what we can do within our own government agencies here. And give us a chance. And you know what? He stepped up, and much of his law enforcement is doing the right thing. Even though they're sanctuary city, they're taking some actions against the worst of the worst. We'll see it. We'll monitor it. And as I talked to the president, we'll monitor the success. If we think we need to go in, then we'll have a discussion about going in. But New York City, I plan on being in New York City in the near future. We're going to do operations in New York City. We know in New York City, me and Mayor Adams at one point had an agreement to let ICE into Rikers Island so we can arrest the public safety threats and the safety and security of that facility, but the city council shut it down. So we're going to be coming to New York City. We're already there now. I mean, teams are there now, but we will increase the enforcement presence in New York City, again, because they're a sanctuary city, and we know we have an issue there with public safety. Sit in the street every day.
With that answer, is there a distinction between what's happening in San Francisco and what can or will happen in New York?
We'll see. I mean, I think the president said last night, if the mayor of New York City wants to come and talk about making the streets safer, open up for discussion. I'm willing to meet with anybody. President Trump's willing to meet with anybody. But let's get together and work it together. We much rather work with these sanctuary cities than keep, putting our agents at extreme risk, going out in the community and arresting public safety treatment. They could have arrested them in the safety and security of a jail. So we welcome any conversation. But if they don't want to assist, they want to keep pushing back and impeding our efforts, then we're going to just send more teams there. We're going to flood the zone.
Essentially, they're coming in to clean house before the transition even begins because they know exactly what this guy's going to try. They know the games that he's going to play. And so they're getting ahead of him and locking down the board, it seems, before he even gets to sit in the chair. And that, my friends, is what real power looks like. President Trump, of course, is the executive of the nation, and he's sending this Mamdani character a reality check. We know the DSA Zoran Mamdani stance, and Trump's response is, well, okay, you want to turn New York City into a sanctuary playground. Once again, we played this game. Well, we've been here before, and we are going to flood the zone with enforcement. So much for the no borders socialist revolution in New York City. It's not going to happen. They are going to steamroll this guy. I think Mamdani's going to learn very quickly that he's not holding the cards, and his little tough guy act, it was just an act. It's over. Of course, we followed Mamdani, and we know that he's been talking tough. He's been doing the Tish James routine. We're going to get Trump. Ooh, we're going to stand up to Trump. All that resist nonsense. But it's been, 2 weeks? 2 weeks since this guy won? And already it seems like the tone has shifted considerably. He went from, F you, Trump, I'm going to punch you in the face. Ooh, scary tough guy Mamdani. But we went from him barking like a dog to now, once the election buzz is over and reality shows up, suddenly Zoran wants to schedule a meeting with Trump. Zoran Mamdani confirms that he reached out to the Trump White House to arrange a meeting. Anyone and everyone. That's how he framed it. So going from big, tough, revolutionary talk to now, I would love a cordial sit down. I would love to speak about the affordability crisis. All of a sudden, he's concerned about his constituents who voted for President Trump. Yeah, again, another massive reality check. That's the way it works, right? You can say all that you want when you're on the campaign trail. Oh, we're going to get them. We're going to take them on. And then once you get elected in your position, all of a sudden you realize it ain't that easy. It ain't that simple, especially when you're a lowly mayor. It's one thing to be a governor, but to be a mayor is something entirely different. Now, granted, he's the mayor of a big city, sure, but President Trump is the president. He's the big frickin' dog. And the idea that you're going to succeed as the mayor of a major American city by antagonizing the president, by making him your enemy, certainly it's going to work at playing towards your Trump deranged base. But as a coherent, smart, pragmatic governing strategy, no, of course not. It's going to backfire. You're suggesting that you would work counterintuitive to the direction of the country and against the head office of the nation. That's how you succeed in terms of your own personal image with the people who like you, but fail in terms of what your actual job mandate is. And the idea that you're scaring President Trump when you can't even form a coalition in your own state. You got your own governor working against your agenda. The idea that you're going to be operating from that position of weakness, not only in your title, but in your circumstance, and you're going to take on the federal government. Again, this guy is going to get steamrolled, and all of a sudden now it's a nice guy act. You think Trump is scared to deploy the National Guard in New York City? I don't think so. And frankly, I don't even think they'd be scared of arresting Zoran Mamdani if he was to truthfully do what he's suggesting he's going to do, which is illegally harbor illegal aliens in the nation and attempt to sabotage federal enforcement operations. There's no frickin' way he's not doing it, and I really think that is the ultimate reality here. This guy is on track to becoming a lame duck. All this big talk of a revolution, but he is going to get jammed at every turn. Either he gets blocked at every point by his own governor, by the legislature, the courts, and of course the Trump administration, or there's the off chance that he's able to push, some of this stuff that he's promising through, and then his agenda will faceplant on its own. I mean, even the left understands this.
Thing is, socialism will f you, because socialism, to put it simply, just doesn't work and has never worked.
Even lifelong Democrats are admitting the obvious here. This far-left economic fantasy land always crashes once it meets reality. Even the left knows that Zoran's little socialist revolution is not going to work. In other words, the whole thing was a con, a ruse. And I know there's two camps. There's one group that's dumb enough to fall for his scams and believe everything that he says and vote for all his empty promises that he will not be able to deliver on. There's those who are happy that a socialist revolution is upon us. And then, of course, there's those who are fearful that he might be able to do it. And they're dreading the idea that socialism has entered New York City. But I think the reality is probably more in the middle. And that's that Zoran Mamdani is either full of shit or not in a powerful enough position to be able to do anything that he's promised. And so the whole thing is going to just be a spectacular waste, a whole bunch of nothing. There's no socialist revolution. It's just going to be a Mamdani dud for hopefully 4 years and not much longer. At least that's the way it seems. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
There you go. And I think because of the National Guard, right, and that stuff, I mean, you could threaten to send them and stuff, but I think I have a video on that we could watch right after. We'll talk about Mamdani now. He promises a lot of stuff, but can he really deliver? And I'm pretty sure he does not want to fail. So he's going to do everything possible. Like if he has to kiss people's asses, he's going to kiss people's asses to get a winning favor, for his constituents and his city. And it's going to try to make him look good, because this is deception. This is how it works. This is how they infiltrate. Like they guddle you up. They have that big old cheesy smile and they very cheeky smile and they love everyone. But in reality, they hate you.
Very good point, man. Yeah, and honestly, he can't, it's just the ideas, right? Like this is just a stepping stone in regards to that particular party, to show what works, right? In regards of their voter base and their mentality. You get somebody that's very likable in front of camera, very charming guy, like in regards of visual perception, right? So just like everybody else in that party, very charming, right? Excluding Joe Biden, right? And Bush.
Well, they still try to do the charming thing. They just got older and started eating baby's feet.
Yeah, that's why their skin looks so good.
It's like, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I don't know, man.
But the guy's charming, and he conned a bunch of folks. He conned a bunch of idiots to vote for him. A bunch of idiots that don't understand the policies and the way that economics works. The New York is it's gonna just tumble down into a worse position than it already is.
Yeah.
And I said this before too, like Chicago is like beta of what putting an idiot in that position does.
Yep.
This
Yep.
dude, Mondani's never had a job, never balanced a budget. I don't know if he balanced a checkbook. And
But
now
how did he get
they want him to
power
balance it.
though?
What was that?
It's just being famous equals power. I don't get it. Like if you're a that much of an influencer to get to that power, I mean, I don't get it.
But that's the reality. That's the reality of this like day and age where phones and social media and things like that are like that's just what it is,
Important.
you know? Like
It's
when you think
important.
about like musicians, right? When you think about musicians, right? Think back of like old when we were kids,
Mhm.
people that sang, R&B artists, they knew
Mhm.
how to sing. They knew how to write songs. They knew how to do instruments.
To touch
Now
feelings.
you have people that are just popular that get airplay but suck.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's Mamdani.
Mhm. Yeah,
You know?
I feel that. Mhm. Because like Madani gives you so much promise and so much hope, right? But then it's just the message is very deceiving. Because I saw and I read up a bunch of history on this dude, and he's oh man, New York, you're in for a rude awakening. I'm just saying, it's going to be really bad for New York. I just don't want them to come to Connecticut. That's it. Don't come
They
here.
got to go somewhere.
Fuck, man. Send them some. I know they're gonna try to like. I mean, ICE need to go in there and start sending people out, like, because they have a really influx of way too many foreigners, and how are you gonna tell who's who and what's what? You have to clear a lot of people because I'm pretty sure they have a file of certain people that they need to get out. Or like, there's a lot of dangerous targets around this and around the country that is
Yeah.
not being talked about because
Yeah.
a lot of people came
And they
through that
haven't
border
found them yet.
and they haven't found them. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know
And
where they're at.
they're hidden within our people. You know, they're hooking up with the Americans and they're being shielded pretty much. And they're pretty much tainting the blood. That's how I would say, you know, because they're intertwining with fluffy bumping with our American folks. And I don't know. It's just, I think we need to warp speed this and really get these people out of here. Like,
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of like the unfortunate reality of where America's at, like in regards of having kids in general, right? Like
mhm,
with American values, whatever that is to anybody that's watching, right? Like, but having American values, and not to say
mhm.
that you can't commingle with other things, but like, you know, you look at Schwawell as an example. You know, he was infiltrated, whatever, but having families and having kids, and it's just like not a thing in American culture,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, because like today I went to the doctor's, right? And all I saw was immigrants. And I'm like, why is ICE not here? You know, like I was like, these people are not from America. They don't even speak a lick of English. I saw this lady go up to a couple, like tried to speak to them in English, and the guy and the girl was like, like, okay, we have a problem. So ICE need if I know they need to hire a lot of people, but they need to really make a movement. I know they've been doing pretty good with the military. The numbers are looking pretty good with enrollments, but I think since ICE is kind of like the babyish and they just got the budget, I think they need to have a mass hiring.
Yeah, they're offering some killer incentives for individuals that want to be ICE agents. I think it's like a 50
Dude,
grand sign up
if I
bonus,
was
man.
if I was young, if I was like young, dumb, full of cum, 21-year-old, At this, if I was that age right now, I would apply. I
Bro,
would.
sounds like a
I
dope
would
job.
go. Yeah, it's a government job.
Yeah.
It's just as law enforcement. It's like you have to go through training and so forth. But once you're on the field and you're grabbing people and stuff like that, it's an adrenaline because every time it's a new operation, different like dangers, and it's high risk, but very handsomely reward too.
Yeah, big time. Big time.
So
Dude, you
if you want
watched
to join
Wicked?
ICE, join ICE. What happened?
Yeah, that's the promo. You watched Wicked?
Yes, I saw Wicked last night.
Number 2, right?
Yes. I could give my opinion now. I don't mind.
Yeah, yeah. How was
It's
it? Okay, let me ask this. How was it in compared to the first one?
first one's better.
Okay.
First one's better by a long run. The parts that I hate. The lip syncing is pretty noticeable. I felt with what's that girl's name? Not the little one, the bald one.
Something
I was
with
gonna
the
call
A.
her. I was gonna call her Alien, but
Yeah. It's something that
the Man of the Year, the GQ Man of
Yeah.
the Year,
yeah,
that one.
I don't know.
That it. I have to call her it because we don't know it's a her, he, she, what. I don't know what pronoun.
Cynthia Erivo.
Yeah, some. Ugh. Okay. The lip syncing was very noticeable, especially when she was walking up and singing. Very noticeable. I don't know. I noticed it. I don't know if people noticed it, but I was like, "What the fuck am I watching here?" It's like, okay. I felt like, okay, if it's a musical, let me listen to it out. The music wasn't as great as the first one. Okay, like this movie was actually good enough for you to sleep through it. Like if you want to be at home and you want to put a movie on to fall asleep to, this is the movie.
Doesn't
Good
sound like a
music
good
to
review.
sleep to. Nah, I give it okay, if it's out of 10 of my movie reviews, I'm looking between 6, 7.
Okay.
6. I mean, not the greatest. I mean, the first one was a lot better. First one has like it was just it told the story better. I felt like this movie was rushed. Like they're rushing all the scenes. Like they show when the sister, the one that's in the wheelchair, whatever, when the house falls on top of her, but they only just show like the image and the house coming down, and then they just show the house, and then they just show Dorothy walking away and so forth. And it's like Dorothy was like we only got like the back scene of her or her shadow or her silhouette. That's all we got from the Wizard of Oz, like the Dorothy story. Like they kind of like make fun of her too towards the end, like Ariana the Grande girl, the
Yeah.
what they called her. Oh, fuck, I forgot her name in the movie. But anyhow,
So
damn, I lost.
Ariana Grande, I haven't seen the first one, but does Ariana
She did a
Grande
good job.
play the Wicked Witch of the West?
No, she's the good one. She's the Glenda the good.
Okay.
But her bubble supposedly is like it's fake. Like it's a bubble, but it's something that's like manufactured and stuff, and it takes her to where she wants to go, but it's like it's an illusion. It's kind of like an illusion thing. Like you don't really have the power. It's just like it takes you to where you want to go, and then you play off that you have powers. That's what they were using Glenda for, because she really doesn't have powers and really isn't like psychic and strong like me or like the that thing. I'm gonna call it the thing. And she had psychic powers. She had energy. She had like she was able to like read the spells and so forth. But I just felt like the movie was rushed. And I don't like movies that rush me, especially if I'm sitting for 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I feel like there should be a part 3 of this movie and set like the scene like 2, but then go into like a 3 as a better movie. Because part 2 really feels like the middle child. And we got a rushed ending.
Got it.
Like at the end, like she hooks up, like the thing hooks up with what's his name? Um Damn, I should have written everything down. I can't trust my brain to remember things. Well, that guy, the boy that she was hooking, like always hanging around with and stuff. And have you seen part 1? She, when they put everybody to sleep and she goes off with the guy and they save the tiger, the little cub. Well, that little cub plays a big role in this movie, okay? Because he ends up being the cowardly lion in the Wizard of Oz, okay? Well, that guy, they capture him and they were gonna beat him to death and so forth. And she did a curse and saved them and turned them into the straw man.
Ah, okay.
And then the sister, well, the thing and her sister, well, the sister went into the book and tried to put a curse on Grande's real boyfriend. That's what I'm gonna call him because I don't remember his fucking name in the movie because I really don't care about the movie right now. But she puts a curse on him and his heart grew very small and he was like kind of like dying and so forth. Like he was going out of heart. So the thing made a curse and went through the book and put like a curse on the guy pretty much and turned him into the Tin Man.
Wow.
Yeah. So he turned into the Tin Man. The curly headed, the curly red-headed boy
in the movie.
In the movie,
Got it.
turned him into the Tin Man, and then the boy that the thing hooked up with, because she hooked up with him. They slept together, like before he turned into the straw man, and she saved them by turning into the straw man, and then at the end, they put Glenda in the closet, which made no sense to me. And then they show the silhouette of Dorothy throwing the bucket of water to the thing, and then the thing like, and disappearing. But in reality, all right, I'm gonna spoil the movie. 3, 2, 1. It was kind of like a trap door. She got sucked into and so
That
forth.
was a quick
And
3, 2, 1, man.
yeah, because that's how fast the movie went. That's how fast the movie went. So I'm doing it just the right way. So the she was still alive. The straw man actually opened the door and told her that you're okay, you're safe, and this and that, and they had to leave, but they can never tell or get in touch with Glenda or whatever, and they walk off, her and the straw man, and I was like, what? I was so fucked in the head because Wizard of Oz fucked my head, right? Because I grew up with Wizard of Oz as the old original black and white, and I seen all the Wizard of Oz, and now I'm watching this wicked shit, and then like the way they rushed this movie at the end, I was like, yeah, it fucked with my head up a little bit.
Mm.
I didn't really like the music too much. Like the movie, the movie was like it was so dark too, and I don't like dark movies.
Like dark
Like
as in the scenes or dark as in the okay, got it.
lighting. It was dark. There's like a lot of like dark portions of the movie, and that really bothers me, like the lighting part of it. So that's why I probably didn't enjoy as much. But I just didn't get the music. It wasn't catchy, really. They repeated some of the music from the first movie, but like, and then they did the ending from the beginning of the first movie that actually like started the movie. Well, they took over from that scene and then they went through that scene, and then instead of her talking about like the school, they bring it back to Glenda, and then she starts talking about like she does like this little speech, whatever, and then that was it.
Man,
Yeah.
so you said 6.5?
I say about 6. Now I changed my mind. I actually made it out lower. The first one was better. It was just better. The music was catchy. The story was told better, I believe. Now it's like they skipped. All right, this one scene. Okay, I don't know how she ended up back in the city. Like the guards didn't notice or nothing, and she was in where the wizard, whatever, the guy. I forgot his name. Let's call him the Jurassic Park guy. The Jurassic Park guy. They were just there, and then they started singing together, and I was just like confused as hell. Like, how did she just didn't she just want to kill this guy and then not kill him? But then the other Chinese lady, I call her the Chinese lady. She was just. I'm just praising these people because it's just too much for me. Well, she was like wanted to, like, she was kind of like she knew some magic and so forth, but she wasn't really that strong. But she was like really antagonizing, and at the end they threw her into jail, I guess, with the cages or so forth. But like I said, they really rushed it. And then like that scene, right, when she's dancing with the Jurassic Park guy and Ariana Grande, and it just felt so weird. It was just so rushed. I was like, wait a minute, you just got in here and then you're talking to this guy. Didn't you call him a liar and he lies and so forth. But they did show at the end that, and they said, because Ariana came in with the bottle, the green bottle, and showed him, and he was like, "Oh, where you get this like from?" Because it was like his, and it's like, they pretty much saying that, look, Jurassic Park, you had your daughter killed. You know, you sent Dorothy to kill your daughter, pretty much, and then he realized he made a big mistake, whatever, and they banished him from the Emerald City. And that's how Glenda took over.
Wow.
Yeah. And Dorothy went away on an air balloon, and that's when Ariana Grande was
That's when
like,
the other movie picks up, right? The original picks up.
yeah, and then the original picks up, like the beginning of the original picks up when she.
This is they're only making 2, right?
Yeah, and it's stupid. It should have been 3. They would have made more money.
Well,
because this story really acted like the middle child. Like it was like the middle child movie, but like they rushed the ending. I didn't like it so much. I mean, I'm able to see it again here, but I'm like, it's a good movie to fall asleep to.
Do you think they should have just left it at just the one?
I mean, they should have put a lot of this movie in the first one, and then like if they're gonna really split it, then have a better ending, because I just felt like it was just a movie that was rushed. I mean, they had the budget. I mean, they did very well in the first movie. I don't know why they really rushed the story, because I felt like the movie felt like really rushed. Like it was going too fast. Like like I said, that 3, 2, 1. That was like pretty much how the movie was.
That's
like,
man.
Yeah, and it's like they didn't even show Dorothy's face or nothing. So they only like at the ending, like they only showed like the silhouette of Dorothy, or how she killed the witch and stuff. They don't even show the whole scene. They don't even show the scene. It's black, like it's just you see the silhouette. That's it. That sucks. I didn't like it. That's why I'm getting like.
I gotta watch the first one. I've seen the first one.
You haven't seen the first one? The first one, you're gonna notice it's much better.
Nah. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll probably put it on. because it looks people that like the Broadway show, they really like it. So
Yeah, the first one I liked it actually because I like Broadway. I like to go in shows. I grew up. I was like kind of like a theater kid because I
Yeah.
went to. I used to go in my school days. We used to go on field trips, and there was this theater called Jackson Gleason Theater, and it's in South Florida in Miami. And I used to go to that theater and always to watch plays. And my uncle took me there to watch the Nutcracker when I was, and it's like the play. And I always like good musicals. So the first part was good. I mean, it's a great movie, the first one actually, but this one, I mean, a lot of hugging, and she actually kissed the dude, the it thing. She kisses the. Let's call him the Bridgerton guy because that's all I know him by, the Bridgerton guy. If you watch the Bridgerton, it's a series. Oh, it's a good series. You will have to watch it. It's kind of like set back in the days.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to the third season, I think, next year. Well, the Bridgerton guy, like you could assume they hooked up, like the witch and him hooked up, and she kisses him. So I was like, oh, this it, like kissing guys, and then she ended up she ended up being on GQ magazine looking like transsexual or transsexual, like I don't know what she was. She thought she was taking, I don't know, she was taking up on the Catwoman look or what. She got lost, but why? I thought we were over this DEI shit.
Yeah,
and we
that's
when we
wild.
put this it on GQ. Yeah. Anyways, you gotta get going, Tyson.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the pup for a walk. Hold on, let me see. Before I leave, hold on. I'm gonna look up this GQ thing real quick before I dip. Hold on.
Oh Lord, the guy of the year. Oh, I mean the he she, or I don't know what they like. He's just like, I don't know, man.
Okay. Yeah, man. I've been seeing their freaking the press runs for it, and they're doing the same thing like they did on the first one. Like they're all super touchy feely, crying when they ask them questions about why the sky is blue.
They canceled the New York tour.
They did?
The media. Yeah, they canceled it because they said it was too weird. They said it got too weird. And then they said the it lost her voice. Like it lost its voice, so it could, and out of like consolidate, like to because like I don't know what she said. She said some stupid shit, and then she decided not to do any press and call in support
man.
of the it that lost her voice.
Like
Maybe
it looked like just the press, like the press conferences. It looks it's
looks
out
weird.
there. It's weird. Like they're like, why is the sky blue in the movie? And they're like, oh,
yeah, it was weird.
like what is going on? Like what happened to Ariana Grande?
Like I don't know, eat a fucking fry or something. Like blink 3 times. Let me know if you're in trouble. Like what is going on? Like I don't know. And the other one, they're like a monster. She kind of reminds me of like the Pumpkinhead. Like the monster.
Yeah. I'm looking at her.
Like that creep, like that little, that big, like thing, like Pumpkinhead. Like that's where she reminds me of.
Man, I'm looking at her nails, man.
How she wipes her ass.
So wild.
Like how she wipes her ass. Like let's say she ate a really bad burrito last night. Okay, and it was like one of these veggie burritos that she had to have because it was so good. How about she has like the biggest, like horrible shit? How the hell she's gonna wipe her ass with her nails?
I don't know,
Like,
man.
does she
With her
have like
palm.
does she have a like a bidet type of thing that like actually washes her ass that she doesn't have to like really like wipe her ass?
I
Yeah,
don't
because these
know. That's a good
bidets in
one.
the future they have like fans and everything to dry you up and shit.
Yeah, she probably got a bidet. It looks like though she
Probably.
doesn't have the nails on all the time. Maybe it's just a press thing. I don't know, but she has them on a lot.
That's weird. I don't know. She played Jesus too.
I heard she played Jesus,
That's crazy.
black female Jesus.
And it was like a musical type of thing, and not
Where is
much
she
came out of
from?
it.
Like, how does she? I'm trying to
She
like.
popped
How
out
does
of
she?
nowhere. She
Yeah,
really popped out of nowhere.
she was in Pinocchio, but that was after Wicked. But like before that, nothing.
Nothing. I don't know. I don't know how they found this craziness. But yeah, Terry, I agree. Fucking like I'd rather watch the original with Judy Garland. Me too. Like the original Wizard of Oz, like the black and white.
Oh, that was a good one.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, such a great movie. I love that movie. And then I
Yeah,
remember
that
they
was a
turned
good
it
one.
into color for the first time, and
That
I
was
freaked
dope.
out.
Yeah, when they did that, when they yeah.
I was like, "Oh, that's so cool!" Right? Because when
Yeah.
the color TV came out, and when they showed it, when I saw it for the first time in color, I freaked out. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like it was such a big difference. But like I kind of felt like it was studio because it looked like a studio. Like you look it back, it's like they should have
Yeah.
kept it black and white because the color
Yeah, but
kind of
the
like
color came out cool, man. The color came out cool.
yeah. But
So
yeah,
dude,
man.
well,
Thanks.
cool, man. Dude, thanks for having me on, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, ping me. Yeah, I'll ping you later tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll ping you tomorrow. Yeah, because and then we can talk about the Vegas thing.
Yeah, we got to figure out about Thanksgiving too, because remember our show's on Thursday, and we have
Oh
Thanksgiving
yeah, that's
Thursday.
right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
What are we gonna do? Or are we gonna do like Black Friday and just like sell shirts out of like just try to sell shirts on Friday?
Yeah,
Like
we
we'll
can do
just say,
something.
look,
Yeah,
go to Tyson shop and you get
Black Friday
some-
sounds cool. Yeah, because I think I don't. Let me confirm when the fam's coming over. Because last year they came over later, but I think they're coming over earlier. Because my cousin's coming into town, so I think he's coming in
Yeah.
at. I think he's coming in at 2, but we're hanging out a little bit earlier. Let me.
Nah,
I'll confirm with you. Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Cool, man. Dude, thanks, bro.
All right, man.
All right, I
No problem.
appreciate you.
Thank you for coming through.
All right.
Appreciate
Later.
it. Nice. Now back to me. Thank you, Tyson DeLacruz. What a great show. Great company. Like having him on here, having good discussions. Like Wizard of Oz. Like who would have thought we would have ended that portion of the show talking about Wizard of Oz, but not even Wizard of Oz. Well, kind of Wizard of Oz. I like Wizard of Oz. But this Wicked for good, I wanted Wicked for bad. I like it kind of got a little scandalous in the movie. I was like, she hooked up with freaking Bridgerton. She hooked up with Bridgerton guy, the Bridgerton, and it was like, they were together under the sheets. Hello, they relieved themselves. I was like, okay, that was weird, but she had to do that scene, and I didn't hear her complain about it, right? I didn't hear her protest or anything, but she be acting weird on certain topics, anyhow. But who would have known Bridgerton guy would have end up being the straw guy, the straw man? Pretty crazy. But I give it a 6. It's a good movie to sleep to. I'm serious. If you really want to fall asleep and you're tired and you want to listen to something to fall asleep that you know will put you to sleep, it's this movie. I'm telling you, you will thank me later. You're like, fuck, Rick, you're right, man. I watched the movie, but then I fell asleep to it. I was like, told you. I wasn't lying. It's a good movie to sleep to. Wicked for good. But I did have the glasses. I actually have the glasses. Look. I'm gonna get them. They're over here. Got my glasses here. My 3D glasses. I took that bitch. I'm sorry. I keep these glasses. These glasses work on my TV. I got a 3D television. But it's green. You see? You can't really see it. Because it's green. But it's wicked. And then look how weird they look. And the 3D glasses, but you can't really see them. They're green. The train of truth is here. Look, you can see through me. Oh, they look pretty cool. Like you see right through me. If I put it in my head, you can see through a little bit. Okay, enough of that. But I kept my motherfucking glasses. I was like, fuck that shit. I got my glasses, and I kept my glasses. They try to push the pink on me. He's like, you want the pink ones? I was like, man, my last name is Pink. I ain't gonna fucking go for the pink. The fuck? I mean, I could have made extra money if I wanted to. I could have put those pink ones on eBay or something. I'm pretty sure I would have got some money off of it. But I mean, I heard I can make money off of those. Just keep it from memory. They work on my TV. My TV is a 3D TV. So I know these glasses, they work on my television. So I can see like movies and stuff in 3D. It's pretty cool. All right. Let's get back to some news. Let's see what we got here. Today's show ain't over. It was a great time with Tyson. Now you're here with me. So let's see what Madani, because Madani, he doesn't have fear about the National Guard, right? And I think this is why he doesn't have fear about the National Guard. To be honest with you, I don't think he's scared of the National Guard. But let's go ahead and set this up. Here we go.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do have some breaking news that we want to get to at this moment, and it comes to us from our nation's capital. When I put up this live vantage point that we have there of the White House, this is big news as a U.S. federal judge ruled today that the Pentagon's deployment of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. is illegal. It was Judge Gia Cobb who ruled today that the National Guard's deployment was illegal, but stayed the effect of her order until December 11th. This will give the Trump administration time to ultimately appeal this, during which the National Guard will remain in D.C. And so what we do know is that we've heard from a few others. We have D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab releasing this following statement, saying, quote, from the beginning, we made it clear that the U.S. military should not be policing American citizens on American soil. Normalizing the use of military troops for domestic law enforcement sets a dangerous precedent where the president can disregard states' independence and deploy troops wherever and whenever he wants with no check on his military power. And I want to put this up. This is that tweet that we have from the Associated Press making this announcement just a few minutes ago. We do know that statement continues on to say, DC Attorney General, saying this unprecedented federal overreach is not normal or legal. It is long past time to let the National Guard go home to their everyday lives, their regular jobs, their families, and their children, end quote. And so just for a bit of backstory here, our partners at Fox 5, of course, they're in DC, have been following this very closely. It was just last month that the Office of the Attorney General in DC opened that lawsuit against the federal government, saying that the deployment of the National Guard on the streets of D.C. was unlawful and that it was causing irreparable harm to the city. The National Guard deployment was expected to last potentially until next summer in 2026, when the nation celebrates its 250th anniversary. But the current deployment is supposed to end at the end of November, but military officials had told the out-of-state troops to prepare for the winter. The National Guard, though, was first deployed to D.C. back in August after President Trump declared a crime emergency in our nation's capital. The Guardsmen and women have been deputized as Special Deputy U.S. Marshals. The D.C. OAG says that federal law does prohibit the military from being involved in civilian law enforcement and calls the National Guard presence a threat in D.C. to public safety. And so putting that up on your screen, as the judge has now ordered President Trump to end this National Guard deployment in D.C. I want to also show you this other vantage point that we have there of the city. But that's the biggest news breaking, that a U.S. federal judge officially ruling that the Pentagon's deployment of the National Guard is illegal. And ultimately, what we will know is that as we continue to watch this and check in with our partners there at Fox 5 in DC, that this order will be stayed until December 11th. This is going to give the President Trump's administration time to see if they can repeal this and fight back in court. So we'll continue to watch to see how all of this unfolds.
I mean, this is how you cut the balls. Pretty much the president cut them out. The judges, they think they're the presidents. They set the presidents. They're the presidents. It's what they say, not what President Trump tells them. Okay, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And I think they're gonna have to step up. They're gonna have to step up, and maybe the Supreme Court has to step in and be like, listen. Trump has the ultimate power. He's the president of the United States. We need the Saturday quarterbacks backing off. You don't run the country. The president runs the country. The judges don't run the country. They think they run the country, because they block the Trump, and make him have to go through the process of going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is like, listen, judges, shut the fuck up. That's pretty much what they end up doing, telling the people to pretty much shut the fuck up. But, that is what it is. I got some videos here for us to watch. I'm just trying to see if I can put it. Is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. So I got two videos on this one. I just gotta I'm just setting this up real quick. My bad. Gotta set the presidents here. Give me 1 sec. See, running a live show is not as easy. It's not that easy. It's fun. I love doing live. Because it's a little bit more interactive. Let's go ahead and put this over here. If it lets me. Here we go. Okay, so this one is going to be a back-to-back, and then we'll talk about it after we watch. So here we go.
Horrific story out of Chicago. A man with a long, violent criminal history is facing a terrorism charge after police say he set a woman on fire on a train.
Oh my
Shanley
God.
Hunter joins us now with more. And Shanley, we saw this take place in New York and now Chicago.
Right, Carly. So police say the 26-year-old victim was riding the Blue Line train in Chicago around 9 p.m. when this man, 50-year-old Lawrence Reed, allegedly approached her from behind, removed the cap from a bottle of liquid, and then poured it all over the victim's head and body. The woman attempted to fight off Reed, and then she ran, but Reed eventually caught up with her. Police say that after igniting the bottle and then he dropped it, he used it to to ignite the bottle and then set the victim on fire. Now, according to the complaint, surveillance footage showed the woman's body engulfed in flames. And then when she tried to extinguish it, she was rolling on the ground. And then she gets off the train at the next stop but collapses. Police say she was taken to the hospital and is still in critical condition. Reed allegedly walked away from the scene, but federal investigators caught up with him the next morning wearing the same clothes, and he had burn injuries on his right hand. They say Reed bought the gasoline about 20 minutes before the attack. Reed faces a charge of committing a terrorist act against a mass transportation system. Federal prosecutors saying this, quote, "This horrific attack was not just a barbaric assault on an innocent woman riding a train, but an act of terrorism that strikes at the core of our American way of life." The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago, together with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, will take immediate and resolute action to bring swift justice to the victim. Prosecutors also confirming that Reed has an extensive criminal history, including a previous aggravated arson charge with connection to a fire in 2020. And if convicted, Reed faces up to life in prison.
He should have been in jail.
Tony, thank you. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and
Wait a minute, what?
Rottuno. Donna, if blue states like Illinois continue to allow career criminals like this back out on the streets to terrorize communities, don't we need more creative prosecutions like this? The federal government saying, we're going to take the lead here and use something as what I would call unique as this mass transit hook.
Absolutely. First of all, this is a horrific crime, and my heart goes out to this poor woman on this train. I mean, you're living your life, you're going through your life, and then this happens to you. It's absolutely horrific. I live in Chicago, so this story really speaks to me. I'm very, very confident in the federal government in terms of taking this over and doing the right thing. I think that they've charged him as most significantly as they can, and hopefully it will be beneficial to the victim.
So under the Trump DOJ, you would expect to see more of these federal prosecutions when the state, quite frankly, gives up.
I would. And I will say that, especially in Chicago, we have had a new state's attorney for several months now. And we are seeing a turn here in the tide in terms of more vigorous prosecution on gun crimes, violent crimes. They have risen the retail theft threshold. So I have seen that it is getting a little bit more serious, which is good. But I definitely think the federal government taking over here was the right call.
I mean, it's the job of the prosecutors, represent the victims, because they have nobody speaking for them. That's literally their job. The fact that they've advocated that role in so many blue cities and states across the country is horrific. Want to get your thoughts on this. 18-year-old Anna Kempter will be laid to rest in a celebration of life today in Florida as her grandpa breaks his silence in a statement to Fox News Digital. Quote, "I don't know why Anna was staying in a room with her stepbrother. We are living in a nightmare. The FBI has kept us in the dark, never contacted us. The Kepners haven't told us anything. We've learned from Facebook posts that the stepson is a suspect." That's what reports are saying as well. At this point, Donna, what do prosecutors need from investigators to bring formal charges against the stepbrother?
Well, clearly they're going to have a nexus between
probably try to hook up with her,
where they found her body, and the fact that the stepbrother was somehow involved. It does seem, given the placement of her body, the fact that it was in her room, the fact that this was on a cruise ship where there are cameras everywhere, it does seem that they will be able to get to the bottom of this. I mean, no one can say what actually happened in the room, but you'll be able to see who went in that room with her, who else had access to that room. And it seems like, given the filings we've seen in a separate domestic relations case, that they are very aware that this stepson is the suspect here.
In your experience with cases like this, how tough is it to get information when it's family protecting family, which you have to assume is the situation here with the mom and other relatives trying to protect the stepson?
So it will be difficult. However, the mother does not have any privilege to not testify against her son. So a court could compel her to testify, or she could be held in contempt. And if they believe the mother was involved in any way, they could give her immunity in order to get her to speak. So there are ways.
But could you see, in light of the fact that there is no mom-son privilege, could you see the mother being charged with obstruction or worse?
Sure, I think she could be, depending on what the evidence shows, especially if she was either involved in some way or helped her son attempt to cover it up. But that's what they will use as leverage to try to get her to talk, to say,
how do you cover it up?
You
underneath the bed
or a contempt, and then the court could compel her to speak.
Donna Rottuno, I know this case is captivating the nation. We thank you for coming in and shedding a little light on it as we await charges in this case. Donna, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Carly?
I'm Steve
Yeah, that
Doocy.
last
I'm
case-
Brian Kilmeade.
And I mean,
That was from the ship. I guess it was a carnival ship. I don't know. It was a ship. And the girl, she was about, 17, turning 18. She was a senior in high school. Was killed in the ship, in her room. And her body was found underneath the bed with some, I guess, comforters or something. They try to hide the body in a horrible way. Yeah. Okay. And the stepbrother is the suspect. I wonder. It really makes you wonder. Give me one sec. Yeah, this one I want to bring after. I have a good little lineup here for us to watch. So let's go ahead and jump to this one. This one was from the first part. Let's go set this up. Here we go. Let's watch.
Judy Lawrence Reed has at least 14 criminal cases in Cook County going back to 2017. 6 of which are battery charges. Records appear to indicate that he may be homeless and suffering from a mental illness of some sort, something that was clear to see.
Yeah,
from
killing
anyone
people,
inside
mental
yesterday's
illness.
Initial court hearing. The question we asked today is, what does this mean for his case going forward? Speaking after yesterday's court hearing, federal investigators were unequivocal when it came to their description of the man they say set a 26-year-old woman on fire on the CTA's Blue Line Monday night.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets, given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases.
A record search of Reed
Oh,
led to this, a long list of mugshots associated to crimes ranging from driving on a suspended license to battery. In 2020, he was sentenced to a 24-month mental health probation after setting this fire outside the Thompson Center. And just a few months ago, in August, he was placed on electronic monitoring after he allegedly struck a social worker while being held in the McNeil Psychiatric Hospital in Berwyn.
It's not a punishment that's going to change the behavior.
Professor of Criminology David Olson explaining why Reed was likely freed rather than held pending his trial, as had been sought by prosecutors in that case.
It could have been the determination that, given his circumstances, being incarcerated versus continuing in whatever treatment programs they had would have been beneficial.
In court yesterday, Reed's erratic behavior included yelling several times, "I plead guilty," while also insisting he would represent himself, raising the question whether his competence could make it hard to secure a conviction.
I'm not aware of him ever being declared mentally incompetent in connection with any of the other extensive criminal history.
ABC 7 analyst Gil Sofer saying there's a very high bar to declare someone mentally unfit. The charge against him, however, one of committing an act of terrorism on a mass transportation system, is very straightforward.
The government has to show that he committed an act intending to cause
The video shows, hello.
and that he did so on a vehicle of mass transit.
It's a charge that's never been applied in Chicago before.
They have cameras.
One that carries
Hello.
with it the possibility of a life sentence.
It's almost certainly the heaviest charge the government could have brought. And it's not a reach for them. So long as he had the mental capacity to do what he's charged with doing, the government could prove these elements of the crime.
Now, Reed is expected to be in court again tomorrow morning when a judge will decide whether to keep him incarcerated pending his trial. He has been ordered to undergo both a physical and mental evaluation ahead of that hearing. Rob?
All right, just keep it moving.
This California judge releasing 2 murder suspects without them posting a single penny in bail. Agustin Sandoval and Vicente Aguilera Chavez, both charged with murder in connection with an alleged gang shooting in 2017 that left a 21-year-old dead and a 24-year-old injured. Santa Clara DA Jeff Rosen says that now even more lives are in danger. He joins me now. AG Rosen, in your career as a DA, how often has a judge freed a murder suspect without bail.
What? How did he
This
get
is
out?
extremely rare, and I'm really concerned about the safety of our community.
What?
Because these are two individuals not only charged with murder, but a murder for the benefit of a criminal street gang. And on top of that,
my God.
both of these individuals has previously been to prison for other crimes like breaking into people's houses. So I'm really concerned.
So why AG Rosen,
Why
with
they
the
let
judge
him
in
out?
this case, a judge named Hector Ramon,
They're
allowed
murderers.
these accused killers back out on the streets? Because I agree with you, this makes no sense.
I think it's really a lack of common sense. The judge got very caught up in the minutia of case law and footnotes and lost sight of really the first question in any of these situations, which is, are these people too dangerous to release? If they are, then they stay in custody, period. And when you've committed a murder for the benefit of a criminal street gang, you need to stay in custody before that is worked out before a jury.
In a motion for Aguilera's release, his defense attorney writing the following: there's no evidence that Mr. Aguilera, especially with supervised release conditions, would present any risk of bodily harm to others. Mr. Aguilera is motivated to clear his name. There's no compelling interest in detaining Mr. Aguilera on public safety grounds or out of concern he is a flight risk. Your response?
My response to that is, this is an individual who went to prison for breaking into people's houses before committing this murder, went to prison for breaking into people's houses after committing this murder. And this is a case that the police department and the DA's office worked on diligently to solve. This is a case from 2017 where it was the only unsolved murder case in a city called Sunnyvale. And so this is a person that obviously presents a risk to the community in that he shot a person who simply made some gang statements in a parking lot in the middle of the night. That's extremely dangerous.
Simply put, do liberal no bail policies get innocent victims killed?
I think this is a situation where the judge misread the law, and the law allows a judge to keep someone in custody before trial. And on top of that, this is a situation where we had a preliminary hearing, a probable cause hearing, and produced enough evidence to hold both of these individuals over for trial on first-degree murder charges with an enhancement for using a gun and an enhancement for being doing this for the benefit of a criminal street gang. So I think the judge just got this completely wrong.
DA Jeff Rosen, I apologize for promoting you to AG a couple times there in the interview segment, but I think we'd all agree my mistake would be California's benefit if you ultimately became AG, but we will leave it there. Jeff, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
We're gonna keep it moving because we got a lot to cover. So let's keep it going. Put the sound on this one.
Wanted internationally for ripping off a Long Island jewelry store, but they're also blasting the fact that he was issued a New York driver's license. As Carla Gussoff reports, the case has some calling for tougher driver's license screening.
It's easy to miss, but look closely and you can see the sleight of hand con. The woman slips an $11,000 diamond bracelet into the other hand, one of several distraction swap scams across Nassau County. Police shared the images internationally and through facial recognition identified the man as a con artist wanted in 3 countries and New York City.
He's part of what's called the Transnational Organized Crime Group. They are mostly out of Romania. They are all over the world.
But the commissioner says none of that turned up in the one place he believes it should have, the DMV, when the suspect applied for a New York driver's license last year using the name David Beckham Adam.
This is a soccer player. This is a celebrity because this individual is wanted in many countries.
Hey, guys,
there are many
ID.
warrants out on this individual.
Officials say he entered the U.S. illegally in 2022 through Mexico, yet was able to get a driver's license in New York last year.
Wow.
Screening varies by state, but in New York, undocumented immigrants are not required to undergo fingerprinting or any international check for warrants.
This is outrageous, and we have to change the laws of New York State.
Drivers we spoke to favored ramped up screening for licensing.
They should do a background check,
but also see the benefit of making licensing accessible so at least all drivers have to pass testing.
I feel
like we should make sure everybody can just see and all those things. To me, that's more important.
The woman, Veta Rostes, is also being sought. When asked for comment, the DMV would only say it follows all laws when issuing driver's licenses. David Beckham Adam, who goes by many aliases, is now in ICE custody. Carolyn Gussoff, CBS News,
Great.
New York.
How about her? She needs to be caught too. Let's keep it moving.
So the Trump administration is issuing a sharp response after a group of Democratic lawmakers posted a video urging U.S. soldiers to defy, quote, illegal orders from the commander-in-chief.
Rich Edson is live at the White House this morning and joins us now with the latest. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning, Ainsley, Lawrence, and Brian. Well, this is a half dozen congressional Democrats, and they've posted this video telling members of the military and intelligence services that it's their duty to defy what they're calling illegal orders. Now, these Democrats are all veterans themselves of the intelligence services or the military, and they say it is a duty to refuse orders that violate the Constitution.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home. Our laws are clear.
That's
you
crazy.
can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Now, the Democrats have released this video as if they questioned the legality of military strikes on boats in the Caribbean. The Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel has signed off on that campaign.
You had members of Congress, members of the Senate, encouraging members of our military and members of our intelligence community to go and defy orders. And by the way, there is nothing illegal about what we are doing. There is nothing illegal about what President Trump is doing every single day.
Among those criticizing the White House, Colorado Congressman Jason Crow, a former Army Ranger and Bronze Star recipient.
Reminding them of their obligation
from the commander-in-chief that we are asking our military to carry out. Are you objecting to? This is very, very vague. And it was so vague in this video. I don't think people could figure out what you guys were all talking about, honestly.
Martha, Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments and suggestions that would violate U.S. law and put our military in terrible positions.
Again, we're getting nowhere because you're not talking about an order.
I don't want to wait until that happens to remind our troops of their obligation, because then it'll be too late.
Crow has also just released a resolution that would block those strikes in the Caribbean. Back to you.
All right, Rich, thanks so much. So is there a legal reason why he won't say? Are you upset with the National Guard in cities? You're upset with the Venezuelan strikes? What exactly are you worried about? And for me, if the squad cut this tape, I'd go, more left-wing unhinged operations. It's such a disappointment with people who characterize themselves as moderate and reasonable to actually cut that tape that is really a riddle. But it's just a way to take an institution that's apolitical and make it political and divide something else in this country. And now you have people sitting there going, what does he mean? I don't like that operation in Venezuela. I think I'm going to get off to Gerald R. Ford in Tobago, and I'm going to go hang out there. I don't think I want to go to the National Guard in Chicago and back up ICE people, because Jason Crow told me I don't have to. That's how I'm going to interpret what they're saying.
And he's a former Army Ranger. Yeah. He knows. He understands the penalty for troops defying orders of the president because they don't like the politics, not because it's illegal. I mean, I just wonder where the spirit was when all of our military bases were being hit and the president did anything. What was
Are you talking about in Iraq?
That's exactly right.
When we were being rocked on a regular basis?
Blasted on the day-to-day. But talking to my buddies, and there was no response from the Biden administration or the withdrawal from Afghanistan, where all the military experts knew that this was going to be a bad idea.
How about not getting the shot? And 10,000 people were forced to give up their uniforms because they didn't want to get the vaccine.
Isn't the military supposed to protect Americans? Isn't that the job? So we are called to go to war sometimes, and there are casualties that can't be prevented, that are sad. However, in this situation, if it's about, do you know how many American families that we interview that have lost their daughters or their sons because of fentanyl poisoning? And that is coming across the waters into America. All of these drugs are on these boats. So it is your job as the military to protect these children who are Americans.
Not if
Do
you
you
don't
want the drugs in there? But then what does that lead to? That leads into you're being deployed because you're in the military. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
I don't believe in this war, so I'm not going to go.
Which is illegal. And by the way to misread the room. I don't know if you pull some people over that are currently serving in the military, but these guys have spirit. We're at record recruitment. They're happy about being able to focus on taking out our enemies, even if it's the drug cartel, instead of all the woke and the DEI stuff and all of these classes that they were having that had nothing to do with killing bad guys. The spirit in the military is record level right now.
And by the way, so Secretary of War Hegseth said stage 4 TDS.
Yeah,
that's
really
what this is. So, I mean, he said, so there's interesting exchange with Martha when he says to Martha, oh, you're insulting the intelligence of our operation.
Cheap shot.
That you need to define what we said. No. You're insulting them by you having to cut a video to explain to them what they can and can't do. To me, that's the bigger insult. And to see the head of the CIA, not the head of the CIA, a former member of the CIA cutting that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't like that mission in the CIA? You just say, okay, I'm not going to do that. So I think that to politicize the military from the military perspective, it's depressing to think that 4 people who looked at the left wing of their party after 2024 and said that can't be the future, cut a tape like that.
If you defy orders,
right?
What happens to your military friends?
You're going to be court-martialed.
Yeah, you can be court-martialed.
So they're going to pay the legal bills for that when that takes place.
Yeah,
there's consequences for that.
Yeah, you get
consequences.
it's
Members
bad.
of Congress who are a part of another branch of government encouraging our military to break the law, it's malpractice at its best.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox
good.
News Patriot
That's for
today.
sure.
Click
That's a
join
bad
to
thing.
find out how.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Meanwhile, a Democratic congresswoman
I don't know what
could be
YouTube is
facing
doing that.
53 years behind bars after she was indicted by a grand jury in Florida yesterday. Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilus McCormick is accused of stealing $5 million in FEMA disaster funds, using it to bankroll her 2021 congressional campaign. Mark
How
Meredith
much?
is live in Washington with more on this. Good morning, Mark.
Griff, this is a wild story. Good morning to you. The Democratic Congresswoman is one of 4 people accused of stealing
$5
taxpayer
million?
money to help win an election. The indictment handed down in Miami offers some stunning details about an alleged scheme also under review by the House Ethics Committee. The Justice Department charging 46-year-old Representative Sheila Cherfilus
Oh my
McCormick
God.
of stealing disaster funds meant to help with COVID vaccinations, then laundering the money so she could run for Congress. Her brother, a political operative, and an accountant are also facing charges. The Attorney General says the Congresswoman conspired to steal $5 million, then tried to hide the money through multiple accounts to disguise its source. In a statement overnight, Pam Bondi said no one is above the
Wow.
law, least of all powerful people who rob taxpayers for personal gain. We will
Wow.
follow the facts in this case and deliver justice. Within the last hour, Fox obtained a statement from the Congresswoman's office. Cherfilus McCormick is denying the charges, writing, "This is an unjust, baseless sham indictment, and I am innocent. The timing alone is curious and clearly meant to distract from far more pressing national issues. From day one, I have cooperated with every lawful request,
throw the fuck
and I
is
will
national.
continue to do so until this matter is resolved." We're hearing from fellow Florida Congressman Greg Steube. He issued a blistering statement over this, saying this is one of the most egregious abuses of public trust I have ever seen. Stealing $5 million in taxpayer disaster funds from FEMA, of all places, is beyond indefensible. Steube says today he plans to file a motion to censure his colleague and also hopes to expel her from Congress. We got a camera up on Capitol Hill. Griff, we're trying to catch her if she pops in to her office today. Griff.
And we will be watching Mark Meredith, live for us in Washington. Mark, thank you.
I'm Steve Deuce.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Okay. Let's keep it moving. We got a lot to go through. I'll keep saying that because we do.
All right.
And that YouTube keeps doing that.
All right, welcome back. You're watching live now. Take a look. NASA unveiling close-up pictures earlier today.
The fuck is that?
3i Atlas. 3i Atlas is the comet that's making a quick
Kidding me? That's all they giving me?
3i Atlas is
all the money that fucking NASA gets. This is all they can provide.
The cosmos from another star.
Oh, I want my
It did
fucking
zip
money back.
harmlessly past Mars last month, and NASA has been quick to dispel rumors that 3i Atlas might be an alien ship. Of course, there's been plenty of research, and NASA themselves saying earlier today that They're taking a look at some of the theories that are out there, and they did discuss it earlier today at a news conference. We'll play that a little bit later on. We do have standing by here our friend, astronomy professor Ken Gailey of the University of Iowa. We had you on a couple weeks back discussing 3I Atlas. I wanted to bring you on for another conversation. So, Ken, this is the third interstellar object, and you and I were talking offline about how you've recently made some observations relating this to the first interstellar object that we were tracking back in 2017. What are you observing between the two of them?
Well, okay, so by observing, you mean you're just sort of thinking about it. I'm not actually doing the physical observations. But yes, I mean, it's a key point to look at 3I Atlas in the context of the other two that have come first. And so the first one that came in was called One Eye Mau, and it made a big buzz because it was long and skinny, and it seemed to have some weird propulsion. So, you know, a long, skinny object with propulsion that's coming from outside the solar system is going to get a little bit of interest. But now we have two more, and these two are much more like regular comets in a sense. They're more round, and we understand their propulsion better because comets have evaporating gases that come from the surface of the comet, which is a lot like a jet engine. So now we can see, and you can see it there. So that the object that you're looking at here, it's important to understand, is only about the size of a small town. It's like the size of Iowa City that I'm in right now. It's 1 kilometer or so in size. It's way too small. You would never see it from the Earth. But it's made of ice, and the ice has dust in it, and the ice is evaporating because it's getting somewhat close to the sun. And so as the dust leaves the comet, it makes a cloud around the comet called the coma. And that's actually what you're seeing. You're not seeing the physical object, you're seeing this dust that surrounds it. And sometimes you can see a tail to a comet. It's very beautiful, and that's when the dust is pushed by sunlight. It's combed out away from the comet. So that's what comets usually look like. But all of the comets that you've ever seen before were inside our own solar system. They were orbiting the sun. That's the normal thing for a comet to do. These three are from outside the solar system. And when we say outside, we don't mean like just barely outside, like it depends on where you draw the line. These comets are from all over the galaxy. Now, we think of the galaxy as an enormous place. So it's astonishing that objects from all over the galaxy come to our solar system. If we just wait long enough, we can take a tally of the kind of objects that are coming from all over the place. And 3I Atlas, for example, is thought to have been formed in a star system that might have been quite a bit colder than our own star system. So a very different star system from billions of years ago. And this is what that star system made and has sent our way for us to study.
How is this thing moving? It needs some sort of way to get the energy to get this thing on some sort of trajectory correctly. So what's causing an object like this to move through space?
Good question. So all of these objects would have been like the comets in our own solar system. So they would have been balls of ice that are dusty and orbiting their star. That's how they form. And so they have motion from the gas that they formed from and then the dust that they formed from. And so they're orbiting. So that's a pretty good velocity. But then something can perturb that orbit. Typically, the gravity of another object deflects it, and it causes it to leave its own solar system. So our comets would have done that too. The sun's solar system would have sent comets into interstellar space. And then after that point, they just go all over the galaxy. And it takes a really long time because they're not moving all that fast. So these comets take millions of years across the galaxy, and they may have been out there for billions of years. And so it's just random chance which ones will happen to come through our solar system. And they would have been coming through for forever, but we didn't have the ability to see them before. So now we've seen 3 of them, and it's now going to be a regular thing. We're going to see comets like this all the time. But it'll still be fascinating.
NASA's taking our money. This is just proving to us. NASA's full of shit. They're stealing billions of dollars. I want a refund, NASA.
Characteristics.
This is the pictures you're providing me? That's bullshit.
Because a lot of people see some
That's
of the
bullshit.
characteristics
You
of
got
3I
clearer
Atlas,
pictures than that. Don't give me that shit.
leads them, in
With
some
all the
cases,
equipment
to
you
believe,
motherfuckers have,
well,
this is
there's a
the pictures you got to
possibility that this
provide.
thing could be an artificial
I want a
object
refund.
of some sort. What are we seeing that's making this unique?
Well, the color is a bit red for a comet, for one thing. And the composition is very high in carbon dioxide for this object. And it was even more so for Oumuamua. Oumuamua is the first one. It's the one that really started all the buzz because it's long and skinny, and wasn't shaped at all like we expect comets to be shaped. But we now believe that these changes, these differences in these comets come from the fact that they've been in the galaxy for so long. Because when you're orbiting around in the galaxy, you're pelted by cosmic rays all the time. And so the outside layers of
That's
these
what's
comets
coming
has
this
been
way.
baked
Imagine all the other
by
shit that's
cosmic
coming
rays
towards us.
for literally billions of years. And that changes a comet quite a lot. But we also think that these comets probably formed in stellar systems that were quite a bit different from our own, possibly colder, smaller mass stars. That's a bit speculative because we've seen so few of them.
But how come they don't have
It's
gravity?
a combination of
They
the fact
just
that they
flying
come from a
through.
very different place.
Our
And
sun
they've
is
been out
not
in
tugging
space
on
in the
it.
galaxy for all this time. It makes them quite a bit different from the comets that we see. So that's where
Kind of reminds me of
most
the
the
Truman
interest
Show.
is, that they don't look like
This
comets
is
that
the
we're used
comet,
to.
the Truman
But
Show
we're starting
comet.
to understand why that is.
So what we've been doing today is we've been asking our audience to send in their questions about 3i Atlas. As you are aware, this has garnered a lot of fascination. Sean in Colorado asks, why do people think that this is more than a comet? Besides being interstellar, what else is odd or unique about it? What's making people have this type
What
of discussion
organisms
about it?
is on it?
Yeah, well, I think it really is because it's interstellar. I mean, the point is, being interstellar means it's on a trajectory that obviously came from far away. So an object that came from far away is automatically more interesting. And then you notice that its composition looks weird, so that makes it more interesting. But we seek natural explanations first, and in science, the way science works is we do need to have every question be answered and asked. So it's good that people are looking under all of the rocks, checking all the possibilities, and one of them is that it's some sort of interstellar spacecraft. And so serious scientists have looked into
our
that.
equipment sucks.
And they've
You
also
can't
looked
even
into
see
more
what the
natural
fuck is
explanations, which are
like
easier
that
to obtain.
comet. What it
And so
looks
in this
like.
case, it does look pretty clear now that
Pictures
we've
they're
seen
giving
3
us
of
is
these,
of
and their
shit.
attributes are somewhat understandable.
You
That
can't even
these are
see.
natural phenomena.
So I'll ask you a similar question that I asked you the last time we talked about this. What type of evidence would be necessary in
We need
order
better,
for us
clear
to
pictures.
seriously put any weight behind the idea of this thing being an artificial object?
A clear picture?
Yeah, well, that would depend on a number of things, like what kind of artificial object is it. If it was like space aliens or something, you would imagine that they might want to swing by Earth a little bit. It seems like an interesting place if you were happening by. Whereas these things are on completely random, natural kinds of orbits. You might look for an object that has a propulsion that can't be explained by evaporating gases from the sun. So what happens is sunlight hits the ice and it evaporates it, and the gases expand and cause a little bit of a push. And so that push should be on the side of the comet that's facing the sun. And so if you saw a strong propulsion that was coming in some opposite direction to that, you would wonder. And it makes an interesting point too, because you've seen the tails of comets and they always point away from the sun because it's the sunlight that's pushing them away. So the tail of a comet is not actually the propulsion. It's not a rocket jet engine. The propulsion you don't see, it's the stuff facing the sun that's pushing it away from the sun. And so it's and the comet spins, so it can push in slightly unusual directions. So it's not completely obvious, but I think you would tell if it was an artificial object, its propulsion would be very, very strange.
So there's still tons of discussion about whether or not 3i Atlas is an artificial object. By the way, I'll just mention that NASA held a briefing today, and NASA said because of the government shutdown, they haven't exactly been able to
the government
respond to
shut
all of
down.
the theories that have been coming out in recent weeks.
Stupid.
Again, we'll play out that press conference from NASA a little bit later this evening. Science is always a work in progress, correct, Ken? Are scientists constantly looking for signs of life outside of Earth?
Oh, certainly. It's one of the most fascinating questions in all of astronomy is, are we alone? Or is there other kinds of life out there, and how intelligent is it? So we are asking all these questions, and we're looking very seriously at any kind of evidence we can find. It's just we tend to try to shoot for the most likely explanation until we have evidence that shoots it down, and then we look to the next most likely explanation. So we don't usually gravitate towards something that's a very unlikely explanation until all the other possibilities have been ruled out.
How is it possible, and this is a tricky question I'm going to throw at you here, but how is it that there are multiple scientific minds who certainly follow this stuff, and in some regards, some astrophysicists I've heard discuss the idea of this thing perhaps being a artificial object. How is it that scientific and academic minds can come to completely different conclusions about something like this?
Interesting, isn't it? Right. And I would say that that's essential, really, because if science was just a consensus, a bunch of like-minded people all thinking the same thing, we could really get led down the primrose path. We could be totally fooled. So it's important to have a lot of different perspectives and asking a lot of different questions. And that's always the way science says work.
And Ken Gailey, I can't thank you enough. For any other major developments that come with the story or anything else space-related, we always love checking in with you. Ken, staying up late with us on this Wednesday evening, we appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Let's keep it moving.
Well, the wait's over. We have another glimpse of an interstellar object that has become a public obsession. NASA has just unveiled high-resolution photos of the comet known as 3I Atlas. The comet is only the third known object from outside our solar system to pass through our solar system. Some say it could be an alien mothership. Moments ago, NASA said this.
She sounds crazy.
Right away, of course, NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office they studied it, and they established that 3I Atlas is not a danger to Earth. In fact, it's at least twice as far away as the distance between the Earth and our sun.
Lucy was 240 million miles away from 3I Atlas, which is circled in the center, when its high-resolution LORRI camera caught the comet. You can see the comet's coma, the fuzzy halo of gas and dust surrounding 3I Atlas, and its tail, a smudge extending to the right of the comet.
Director of the Institute for Theory and Computation at Harvard University, Dr. Avi Loeb, joins me. I look at that picture and all those dots look the same to me. So tell me, why? Tell me about this picture that we just saw showing the comet.
Well, there were no new insights as to the properties of this object. From this NASA press conference, they pretty much repeated things that we already knew. We knew about the Hubble data, the Webb telescope data, and then the new data, for example, the image from the high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter that should have been the sharpest that we have, just show the fuzzy ball of light similar to the Hubble image that we already saw before. And there was some data from MAVEN on Mars that indicated hydrogen, but these are details. Nothing in the big picture changed. And, the point is that the presenters should have emphasized what we don't understand rather than insist about what is familiar. And, as I say, the foundation of science is the humility to learn something new rather than the arrogance of expertise. That's what the public resonates with. And I pointed out 12 anomalies about this object. The most important among them is the size. This object is a million times more massive than the first interstellar object, 1,000 times more massive than the second interstellar object. And why didn't we see millions?
Let me ask you about that.
Yeah.
So you talk about those interstellar objects, and I was doing a little research, and this is the third one. This one right now is the third one. And the first one was in 2017. The second one is 2019. Are you telling me that none ever happened before 2017? And if none ever happened before 2017, how come we're suddenly now getting 3 in 8 years?
No, there were many that passed before. It's just that we didn't have survey telescopes that are capable of detecting them. These survey telescopes were designed to find near-Earth objects because the Congress tasked NASA in 2005 to find 90% of all objects bigger than a football field that may come close to Earth because of the risk that they pose if they were to impact the Earth. So as a result of that, over the past decade, there were survey telescopes that allowed us to find these objects by chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If Congress wants you to investigate, wants NASA to investigate something to find out if it's going to impact the Earth, what can we do anyway? I mean, if it's coming here, if let's say this particular comet we're going to hit the Earth, and we just should have buckle up and what would happen?
No, if we're dealing with rocks or icy rocks, we can deflect them. If we catch them early enough, just a small nudge could actually make them pass far from Earth. And So that's the trick. And in fact, there was a mission called DART where NASA demonstrated that colliding a spacecraft with an object can deflect it significantly. So that's possible. I mean, there are various methods to deflect them, but this method of preventing a rock from hitting the Earth does not work for a technological object because it can maneuver, or it may have an intent, or it may have abilities that we cannot cope with. It's just like ants in the crack of a pavement looking at a biker that passes nearby. They cannot do much about it. And that may be the situation when we encounter alien technology.
All right, we're going to know more in about a month, or it comes closest to the Earth in about a month, right? I think that's what you told me last time.
On December 19th, and in the coming weeks, we'll have a trove of data, a flood of data that would be very helpful at figuring out all the properties. I mean, we already saw in recent weeks 7 jets coming from this object, some towards the sun, some away from the sun. And we haven't seen yet a very detailed image from a large telescope, but I expect that in the coming weeks. So by the holidays, I expect us to know much more about this object. And let's just hope that it will not deliver any unwanted gifts to Earth. That's all.
Okay, what's the unwanted gift? I'm bite on that one. What unwanted gift?
Okay, so there are 2 possibilities. If it's a natural object, it could, for example, fragment. There could be pieces of it that make their way closer to Earth. Or if it's a mothership, a technological mothership, you could have mini probes that are released and reach close to Earth. So we need to monitor whether there is any unusual activity near Earth. We have a lot of eyes on the sky. And also near Mars. There are orbiters there. There are rovers there. Just check for unusual activity, any objects that arrived that were not there to start with.
It's so fascinating to listen to this. It makes me think I wish I hadn't gone to law school. I should have gone, because it's just endless.
It's never too late, Greta. I'll be delighted to work with you if you wanted.
Well, I think I first need to go back and try, working on my high school chemistry. I was a little bit.
Oh no, you can come to my class. I teach some of the basics on this, and it won't take you long to figure things out. The beauty of science is that it's not up to people to decide what nature is. We just need to observe nature and figure it out. It's like a detective story, so it's much better than politics, because in politics you get a lot of misinformation.
And indeed, again. All right. Well, I'm going to take you up on that class. You probably shouldn't have said that. I'll take you up on that. Dr. Avi Loeb, thank you very much, sir. I hope to see you on the 19th of December when we're talking about getting the closest to the Earth. Thank you, sir.
I'll be delighted. Thank you.
Thank you. People think news just happens. It doesn't.
She will do it. She will take up on that offer and get educated. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool for her. All right, let's see what else we got here, because we still got a lot to go. It's like a lot of input. We got to get input. So we got to fill our heads with knowledge before we go to sleep. So let's see here. What's this about? Oh, hell no. What is this? All right, I guess this is a graphic video. So it seems like a community outrage as mom, young son beaten by mob of kids. Oh, Lord. All right. How am I going to say this? Viewer discretion is advised. What you're going to witness here is graphic video, because there is a warning of graphic video. So I'm not going to do like Wicked. 1, 2, 3, and that's it. No, Wicked, you fucked up. Y'all should have did part 2 and then part 3, because I would love to say Wicked the bad. You have 4 good. We need the 4 bad too, because I need the bad one too. Anyhow, all right. I gave you enough time to turn away, so let's go ahead and watch.
So outraged in Chicago after video captures a mother and her 9-year-old son being harassed and then badly beaten by grade school children while walking near a school. We talked to 2 leaders of that Chicago community in just a moment, but first, let's go to Mike Tobin live there.
What the hell?
Details. Good morning, Mike.
What's going on over there in Chicago?
all
The
over
hell's going on in
Chicago are
Chicago?
now kind of horrified and outraged at this video that's not going viral. It has gone viral, of a mother and a 9-year-old son who were mobbed and beaten by a group of school-age bullies. Now, the video is a bit brutal, so be ready for that. But it shows this mother and the aggressiveness of the kids increasing as Korshwanda Hatter tries to protect her son. Finally, this mob of youngsters started to strike Korshwanda and her 9-year-old son. They were both knocked to the ground, and the beating continued.
Crack. Hey, fool, let my homie go. Let my
What the hell?
Let my
What the hell? What the hell is going on here?
She says her son had been bullied at. She says her son had been bullied at school for 2 years, and the school did nothing to protect him. So she showed up to walk her kids home. Now, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson did say, he put out a statement on X that he was deeply disturbed and we should not attempt to normalize this type of senseless violence. Chicago police put out a statement saying both victims were transported to Trinity Hospital in serious condition. No one is in custody at this time. The Area 2 detectives are investigating. And Illinois State Senator Willie Preston said this video is a symptom of something that's been going on for a long time, that the kids have not been held accountable and the parents have not been held accountable for the actions of their children. Guys, back to you.
Wow.
Thanks so much. So our next guests know this family very well. Chicago Councilmember Joseph Williams met with the mom after the attack, and Pastor Corey Brooks, founder of Project Hood, knows the boy who attends his after school and summer programs. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining the program.
Crazy.
Pastor, you know, this is something that you have been working with for years now, trying to stop nonsense like this with our young people.
Kids are out of line,
What's
man.
going on?
Technology.
Well, unfortunately, this is the cycle that we continue to see in the city of Chicago, where violence is so rampant.
Take away those kids' technology.
Being held unaccountable.
Look at that
And that's
shit.
the reason why I'm walking across America.
That's
trying to get
crazy.
people to wake up in our urban areas so they can understand the magnitude of the issues
See,
that we're facing.
even
every
if you have a
single
lot
day.
of kids,
Chicago
they can
is
still
just a
jump you by
microcosm of what's
numbers.
going on across America.
You know?
These young
And
people.
this is like a
are
little small
unruly.
little army. You see,
They have
look.
no moral compass. And we need organizations to really work hard to make sure we change the direction
A
of
little
our
small
neighborhoods.
army,
If we're
look,
ever going
and
to
they can
change the
take out
trajectory
adults.
of our young people, we
Better
got
be
to catch
careful
them
with these
early.
little
We got to
fuckers.
continue to do the work. But the tragedy is, in Chicago right now,
Lucky she didn't have
we're
a gun on
facing
her.
some
She would've tried to
devastation
do
that
it,
has been
kid.
going on for years, and we need to get a handle on it.
This is what the mother had to say about this incident. Let's play it.
I'm trying to get justice for my son. They
Oh
fought
my
my
God,
son.
look
They
at her
hit my son
face.
first, all in his face. Then they dragged me in the grass and pulled my little baby hair.
We haven't held these kids accountable. We haven't held parents accountable. No mother should be that helpless and be targeted by children inside of her own community.
Councilman, where's the fear and respect? I remember growing up, we were afraid of the neighbors because we knew that they was going to get us, and then our parents was going to get us when we got home as well. None of that respect seems to exist anymore, Councilman.
Yeah, you know what? I completely agree. I think we've gone away from that, and we have to get back to those days. I think no mother and child, or children rather, should have to experience something so traumatic. To look at that video and to see you guys replay it, it's a horrifying video. I mean, it shows the disrespect. No child should ever feel comfortable putting their hands on an adult. And I think, as Senator Preston said, and many have said it, is that this has gone on for so long, right? The mother has come to the school and talked about this, and nothing had been done about it. It
They
had
don't
not
do
been
nothing.
addressed. And the thing about it is that, you know, I was glad to be
And
there
the
to be a
schools don't
support
do
to that
shit.
family and
The police
to help
don't do
them through the
shit.
process. But this is so much bigger than just that school. This is
Big
happening
failure. Their
throughout the
system
Chicago
sucks.
public
Chicago.
school system. Many children are being bullied, and we have to put measures in place and make sure that those parents' voices are being heard and that those children's voices are being heard. Because if not, this can really overspill into something even bigger, I believe.
It's so true, Councilman, and it is already spilling into the streets outside of the school. Pastor, I want to get your comments on this repeat offender in Chicago with a lengthy rap sheet. He's accused of setting a woman on fire while they're on the train.
So this is the type of leadership that we have in Chicago. We have children who are being held unaccountable, and we also have criminals who are being set free. Criminals who are being allowed to wreak havoc on the streets of Chicago. That's one of the reasons why we have so much violence. That's one of the reasons why we have so much recidivism. That's one of the reasons why we are experiencing the type of atmosphere of violence that we have in Chicago. These individuals are not being held accountable, and then you have these policies that are being put in place by our legislature and by our government that sometimes help the criminals more so than help the victims. And if we continue to go down this cycle with the leadership that we have in place, we're going to continue to see our community go in a downward spiral. We're going to continue to be the laughing stock of America. We're going to be it may look like we're one of the best cities or voted one of the best cities externally, but internally, we all know the serious issues that we have inside of Chicago, and it all falls and rises on leadership.
Councilman, I'm already over time, but I have to ask you this question. We know how Chicago is run. We know how Illinois is. It's all blue. Is it time to explore something else? Because something is not working, and it's only one side that's in charge right now.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say this. I'll say there's no problem with us being a blue state. I represent that. But what I will say is that we have to make sure we're being intentional and we're putting the resources where we need to put them at. We got to invest into those nonprofits that are on the ground doing the work. We got to make sure we're building more community centers so our children can have someone to play. And we got to put the investment where it needs to go. Some of those things that you're saying, mental health issues, we got to really invest the money and put it into people. And when we see that, we see a greater Chicago, a greater community, and greater people.
I'm all for investment, but I want the bad guys to not be able to go into those centers as well when people are trying to get help. Councilman, Pastor, thanks so much for joining the program.
All right, let's keep it moving.
With all the equipment and all the fuel and the helicopters, and the payoff is 2 guys. 2 guys. You got 300 people dressed like they're in Iraq or Afghanistan in the middle of the night with Black Hawk helicopters. Hey, do you remember when the ICE and the did a big raid in Chicago where they used, I think it was Apache helicopters, and they rappelled down and they got everybody out of this building, and they said it was filled with Trade de Agua gangsters, and they took kids out naked and they zip tied them and they put everybody. Remember, we covered that, right? And we said they were turning Chicago into Iraq, right? Well, remember this? Here it is. Remember this? This is the video. You can turn it down low. This is the video that the Pam Bondi tweeted out. This is the video that they made. It's like some kind of movie. They want everybody, look, this is what they did in Chicago. You remember this? You remember this? You think they're in Iraq. They're in Chicago. And they just broke into people's houses, no warrant, breaking down their doors, taking everybody out in zip ties. And you're like, wow, those must be some pretty bad guys. There must be those Venezuelan gang members who are in here, sleeper cells, running drugs and killing Americans. And right? That's what you would think, right? That's what I would think. Really nice propaganda video. Well, it turns out, remember, the Homeland Security said DHS law enforcement has made over 900 arrests during Operation Midway Blitz in Illinois. To every criminal, illegal alien. By the way, that's redundant. Darkness is no longer your ally. We will find you. Okay. Well, guess what? And Watson said she saw agents dragging residents, including kids, out of the building without any clothes on and into U-Haul vans. Kids were separated from their mothers, she said. Well, why do I tell you all this? Because now we know that of those 900 arrests, that not a single person was charged, from that raid. Not a single person was charged. The DHS lies. So not a single person. Come on, Chicago. You better start producing a lot of illegals and soon, or the DHS guys are just going to be going over and going to have to start rounding up regular Americans and sending them back to wherever 23andMe says your ancient ancestors are from. Because these guys operate on a quota, like most cops. How many people were charged after the DHS claimed Chicago building was filled with terrorists? How many people were charged? Zero. So we all wanted Trump to go after criminals. And what they're doing is nobody, not one criminal. 900 people. They terrorized an entire community pretending like they're on. I mean, come on. They literally brought in the military helicopters to do this and rappelled down with their M16s in the dead of night. Okay. Late at night on September 30th, over 300 federal agents stormed an apartment building in one of Chicago's lowest income neighborhoods. After descending from Black Hawk helicopters, they broke down residents' doors, destroying furniture and belongings, deployed flashbang grenades, and dragged sleeping people, some naked, out into the cold evening. Dozens of people, including children and American citizens, were held in zip ties and detained for hours. Wow. And just know that everything they do wrong, every door they break on some American's apartment, every arm they break along the way will have damages paid for by guess who? You, the American taxpayer. That's right. As part of the highly publicized raid at the South Shore complex, which was filmed and edited into a miniature action film by the Department of Homeland Security, at least 37 Venezuelan residents of the apartment complex were taken into custody. On Thursday, an investigation by ProPublica revealed that the raid, heralded by the Trump administration as a counterterrorism victory, has resulted in 0 charges against the people who were detained. 0. In the wake of public backlash to the militarized raid's extraordinary indiscriminate brutality, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin, she claimed that the operation successfully resulted in the arrest of 2 confirmed Tren de Agua members, describing the cartel as a terrorist organization. So you arrested 900 people to get 2 gang members? Am I doing the math wrong here? If I am, let me know. She added that one of those members was a positive match on the terror screening watch list. Well, why not prosecute them? Why not charge them? And wow. So it's probably cost at least $500,000 to pull off that raid. I'm getting maybe even more with all the equipment and all the fuel and the helicopters. And the payoff is 2 guys. 2 guys. You got 300 people dressed like they're in Iraq or Afghanistan in the middle of the night with Black Hawk helicopters. I wonder what it costs to keep one of those in the air for an hour. I'm going to guess at least $50,000 an hour. She added that others who were detained had their own rap sheets, including domestic battery, family violence, battery against a public safety official, aggravated unlawful use of firearm, retail theft, soliciting prostitution, possession of a controlled substance, while another had an active warrant and was listed as armed and dangerous with weapon offenses. Stephen Miller, a senior advisor to President Trump and an architect of his mass deportation policy, said that the building was filled with Tren de Agua terrorists and that the raid had saved God knows how many lives. Wow. So traumatizing children are just part of the entry fee to modern society, I guess. But ProPublica's report called many of the government claims into question. The government has not released the names of the 37 Venezuelans detained in the raid, but reporters identified the names of 21 of them and interviewed 12. The report found that, contrary to the government's claims of their rampant criminality, federal prosecutors have not filed criminal charges against a single person who was arrested. They have also not provided any evidence that the two men who they arrested were part of the Tren de Agua gang. So the names of the two supposed gang members have not been made public, but ProPublica managed to track down one of them, 24-year-old Ludwig Jennifer Para Perez, using another government press release that described him as a confirmed member of the terrorist cartel. While the release also described him as a criminal illegal alien, the only criminal charges ever filed against him for drug possession and driving without a license after a traffic stop last year were dropped. No other charges against him related to gang activity or anything else have been filed. So they only round up the violent ones so they can relocate them. If they were actually about putting dangerous people away, they'd be too busy to do bullshit like this. So again, this is my theory. They're doing this over the top, violent, military tactic style raids in America, in our cities, to provoke people to respond. This is, again, to keep everybody fighting each other. Because if they were really out there getting the criminals, they'd be too busy for stuff like this. I don't have anything to do with that, Parra told ProPublica from an Indiana jail where he's detained along with 17 others nabbed in the raid. I'm very worried. I don't know why they're saying that. I came here to find a better future for me and my family. ProPublica said its reporters have also observed 8 immigration court hearings for the detained individuals, many of whom have asked to be deported back to Venezuela. So it's actually better that you go back to Venezuela because at least you know you are in a war over there. In not a single one of the hearings has a government attorney mentioned any pending criminal charges against them while arguing for their deportation, nor have they alleged that any of them have affiliations with Tren de Agua. Judges have instead ordered them deported or granted voluntary departure. I like that. If you're granted voluntary departure, does that mean you can decline? Or do you have to go behind bars, which means it was never really voluntary at all? But so voluntary departure, which the outlet noted is a sign that they are not seen as a serious threat and can apply for return to the United States. Mark Rotert, a former federal prosecutor and defense attorney in Chicago, told ProPublica that if these detainees actually had the long criminal histories the government claimed they do, they would likely pursue charges. Do they really believe they have people who are members of a violent organized crime gang? If they believe they have people who fit that criteria, I would be very surprised if they were satisfied with only deporting them. As far as other crimes, ProPublica found that 18 of the 21 detainees they identified had no criminal charges against them. Meanwhile, the other 3 who were charged with offenses ranging from drug possession to battery have all had their charges dropped. While the White House has persistently claimed to be targeting the worst of the worst criminals, the latest immigration data show that around 72% of current detainees have no criminal convictions. Previous data from the Libertarian Cato Institute has shown that 93% of ICE bookings were for non-criminals and non-violent offenders. So, again, they're being so conspicuous in their over-the-top militarization assault on American cities. Why would they be doing that? I think it's to signal to their base, look how tough we are. Also, to provoke a reaction so they can institute even more surveillance state. But also because they're not deporting the people. They're not going after the people, as Trump said. Where Trump said, yeah, we got to be careful about it. We can't be deporting people so it doesn't disrupt their farming. It doesn't disrupt the hotel industry. It doesn't disrupt the meat packing industry. So he's saying, yeah, we're not going to deport the people who are here working illegally. The people here undercutting American jobs, we got to keep those because we make money off them. So they do this kind of stuff to make it seem like they're actually doing stuff. And it turns out, and also it fits in with, they want to overthrow Venezuela. So you pretend that Maduro is sending criminal gangs here to somehow infiltrate the United States from the inside out. And that actually shores up people's willingness for Trump to go to war with Venezuela, which is a complete hoax. Trump tried to overthrow, remember, he tried to overthrow Venezuela in his first term. And back then, he said it was because Maduro was a dictator and Trump wanted to be nice to the Venezuelan people. He wanted to bring them some democracy. So Michael D. Baker, an immigration and criminal defense lawyer based in Chicago, described it as laughable that a 300-agent raid was being called a terrorist victory, even while it had zero criminal charges. The Trump administration's showcase anti-gang operation was built on spectacle, not evidence. All spectacle. All spectacle, not evidence. I mean, America can't afford to lock up all these people. Come on, these dangerous criminals, because how are they supposed to keep the population in padlock terror the entire time? I mean, we got to have smart cities, and to have smart cities, you need stupid people. So hilarious. Not one charge. Hilarious. It's all spectacle. They're not doing, as Joe Rogan said, they're not doing what people wanted them to do. They're not doing what anybody voted for. They're not doing it. It's all spectacle. And they want chaos. They want people afraid. They want it to look like, look how we're getting these Hispanics, these Mexicans. Look at how we're fighting them. And they're not doing anything. Believe me, Trump's not doing anything that's going to upset the business world and their undocumented migrant workers that are undercutting American workers' pay scale. Not happening. What does that tell you, everybody? What does that tell you? That they make a video like that propaganda video that came straight out of Hollywood? What looks like something Michael Mann put together? And not one. Meanwhile, Trump is the terrorist trying to overthrow another government in South America, Venezuela. Trump's the terrorist. Trump bombed Yemen. Trump bombed Iran. The United States, once again, the terrorist. Trump threatening to bomb Nigeria. Once again, threatening Colombia. Okay. If you think Trump is fighting narco-terrorists, that's the funniest thing. We fund the narco-terrorists. We work with the narco-terrorists. We always have. Okay, and if you'd like to hear my jokes about this, come see me. I'll be in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, December 6th. That's a Saturday. We'll be in
Forbes media chairman and editor-in-chief, the one and only Steve Forbes. Steve, welcome to the show.
Good to be with you.
So,
nice to see you.
So nice to see you, as always. You heard some of the comments from Bill Ackman. What are your thoughts?
Well, what they should do, but won't do, is break those entities up into several pieces and allow the private sector to reemerge. Since the bailout, and that's what conservatorship means, the bailout 15 years ago, what has happened, instead of really reforming these companies, what they've done is push out what remains of the private sector. About 85% of the mortgages now, one way or the other, attached to the government, whether it's Fannie, Freddie, the VA, Federal Home Building, Federal Housing Administration, FHA. And so we got to get some private enterprise back.
Would that be like the baby bells?
Yes, but even better than the baby bells, because innovations, for example, you mentioned the movable mortgage in effect. That should have been done years ago. We have these 3% mortgages out there, which frees people in their homes, hurts job mobility and the like. So why can't you have a portable mortgage where you can take that mortgage to your next house? And assuming you qualify and all that good stuff. So there are a lot of innovative things that can be done. And one of the things I hope the administration will be doing and to help bring housing back real is contract. What it takes to build a housing bubble in a place like Texas or Georgia or Florida, Virginia. In Texas, you can get a project in weeks. California, a lifetime.
Yeah, truly.
Everything that the government has ever done in housing has screwed it up for people.
I would argue. That's what's made it so unaffordable in the first place, is the fact that you get hundreds of billions of dollars in government subsidies to own a home, mortgage interest deduction, property tax deduction, the Fannie Freddie backing for cheap mortgages. You mentioned the Federal Housing Administration, VA loans, which does have actually transferable loans for veterans. But the only thing that'll make it affordable is for home prices to fall. And I know, so Zillow came out and said 53% of homes, so more than half, lost their value in the last year. That's the biggest percentage since 2012, the end of the last housing collapse. I worry that the government will intervene and try and prop up those housing prices rather than letting them come down, which would open up the market to all the people who are upset about affordability and being forced to rent rather than own.
Well, homeowners may take a different view once they buy a house to have it go down in value, especially with a mortgage. And we have to remember, since 2020, housing prices, median housing prices, have gone up 45%, far higher than the rate of inflation. And so the way we deal with this thing is really, sounds Pollyannish, but the only way you deal with it is, in addition to these reforms in the market, make it easier to actually build a house, is higher wages, a booming economy. And that solves a lot of problems. And getting these Fannie and Freddie and these neo-socialist communist entities out of the market, because they do end up screwing it up. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, even after the disaster of 2008, lowered standards, lowered down payments, and then increase the amount you could guarantee through Freddie and Fannie, which drove out the private sector. So how about a little bit of real free enterprise, both nationally and locally on zoning laws?
They're under incredible pressure, politicians and everybody in government, from realtors.
Well, what I'm wondering is what has been a worse and more restrictive conservatorship, Britney Spears or Fannie and Freddie? Because, and either of you can chime in here, because obviously Britney Spears was in need of some cajoling in 2007, which was, you know, I would say that the bellwether for the housing crisis. Then she was thrown into conservatorship, and you could argue that her mental well-being has declined since then, and same for Fannie and Freddie. So you have people who are desperate to get into the housing market, but it's too crazy. I see a lot of parallels here.
I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to take that, or do you want to move on?
I'm going to drop Brittany.
Okay.
What her dad was forced to do by the judge. That's right.
Do you want to? So President Trump, speaking of affordability, is talking about, he raised this issue last night, sending out some tariff checks, $2,000 tariff checks. It would cost, according to analysis, this is the Yale Budget Lab, $450 billion. Although the Yale Budget Lab says they wouldn't be inflationary. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said that this would require an act of Congress, would require Congress to intervene. I don't like checks to people personally. The money is coming from where? Taxes. So continue, sir.
Well, first of all, they are counting on hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff revenues. What happens when, I think will happen next month or early next year, the Supreme Court rules that over half of those tariffs are unconstitutional because they're done through executive order rather than going through Congress. Even the Treasury Department sort of admitted that tariff is a tax, which is why they're lowering tariffs on foodstuffs, because people are sensitive about high food prices. So it's a tax. I think the court's going to rule, you want a tax, you got to get it through Congress. And so about 55 to 75% of that projected revenue is going to go poof. They won't have to repay what they collected in the past, but they're not going to be able to collect it in the future unless they get it through Congress. And that's going to be a very different kettle of fish than an executive order.
Yes, and a stinky one. And I think the tariff conversation is very much ongoing, and it is a very, very dynamic one, Mr.
So don't spend that $2,000, which we don't have anyway.
If you got 10 kids, though, man, that's 20 grand. That's a windfall. I am envious of Tim Carney right now.
That's a chunk of change.
That's absolutely right.
Before we go, but Democrats love this tariff thing. They won't admit it. But they love it because it's hidden. People can't see it and how it hits them.
That's why.
It's a little sliver of a value-added tax that's hidden. It would if these stay in place, they'll never go away.
Well, you hit it. VAT, value added tax, which is the hidden sales tax that other countries around the world have loved because they're able to raise revenue. And as they raise revenue, you blame the merchant rather than the government.
Still buy the Gucci, Steve.
Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Well, let's talk about Thanksgiving, which is just around the corner. After you get there, what's going to be dished out on the Thanksgiving Day table? Well, we know there's going to be some good food, but let's talk about the weather side of this. Looking at Monday, so we're going to start off with the beginning of next week. I can't believe we're already here, folks. So Monday, we actually look very nice across the Southwest. We're expecting sunshine, mild temperatures. I know for all of the hoops you're going to jump through this weekend, it is going to clear out by next Monday. So I know it's going to be kind of a rocky introduction to the Thanksgiving week, but at least we'll kick things off on a nice note on Monday. Meanwhile, Houston to Atlanta, that could be our real trouble spot if your travel day is going to be the beginning of next week.
Big hubs there too, right? For major airports and carriers as well. Come Tuesday, we keep the rain going across the Southeast. Extends not quite as heavy, but all the way across the eastern seaboard to the Northeast and New England with snow for the higher elevations. And of course, the energy Wednesday, if you're traveling for portions of the eastern seaboard, again, a little bit of scattered rain.
And
snow in the higher
Wednesday
elevation.
is the busiest out of the bunch.
Everybody takes
Typically.
off on Thursday or Wednesday, right?
Typically,
Trying to get there.
you know, a lot of folks, kids are in school until Wednesday. Rain being an issue for Atlanta and New York, we'll have to look out for those East Coast flights on Wednesday, but the rest of the country does look to be quite pleasant. As we take a look at some best and worst spots, I'm not going to call them winners or losers because they're all winners in my book.
Nice.
But yes, we are going to see some beautiful weather across the Southwest. Phoenix is being highlighted as one of the best spots for Thanksgiving Day travel. No issues for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then looking at New Orleans, we do have some stormy conditions possible for part of your travel getaway. Looking at San Francisco versus Nashville, again, Tennessee is going to be one of those rough spots where we do have some nasty weather. But looking at San Francisco on the West Coast, we're going to have some beautiful weather popping up.
All right. That's your little weather for next week. Let's keep it moving.
We have major breaking news and new developments tonight as the Arctic frost scandal continues to unravel. Now, it turns out it wasn't just sitting U.S. senators and Republican operatives around the country and groups like Turning Point that were targeted. It was also Jim Jordan. Tonight, our team has exclusively reviewed documents obtained by Jim Jordan showing that in 2022, lawyers running the Arctic frost investigation had subpoenaed Verizon for Jim Jordan's complete phone records going all the way back to January of 2020 for an investigation that was supposed to be about January 6, 2021. That's not all. They also wanted his address, his payment information, and the unique identifiers of all of his devices. And to top it all off, the subpoena came with a court order of secrecy. Verizon was not allowed to tell anyone about the data requests because a court somehow determined that, quote, disclosure will result in flight from prosecution or witness intimidation. A Verizon spokesperson tells us they are working with the House and Senate on this issue and says, quote, we uncovered new information regarding Chairman Jordan. We shared it with him as soon as possible. We are committed to restoring trust through transparency. And just in case you forgot, Jim Jordan, not exactly some criminal mastermind that you got to worry about him fleeing to another country. He is and was during all of this a sitting member of the House of Representatives and chairman of the all-powerful House Judiciary Committee. He joins us right now. Well, I think I said to you, it's only a matter of time that your name's coming up. And mine probably right behind you because I guarantee you my phone number and contacts were in the information they got. I want a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, Sean, we say this all the time, but I mean, the only thing we get wrong when we start these investigations is it's always worse than we thought. So think about this. We know they spied on President Trump. Then we learned it's senators and the Speaker of the House.
This Verizon?
We learned they were spying on me for 2.5 years. I mean, think about 2.5, all the way back, as you said, to January of 2020. They gathered information that told them who I called, who called me, when we called each other, when the call took place, how long the call was, and where I was at when I made that call. They got your location as well, and they gathered that for over a time period of 28 months.
Wow.
This is how ridiculous this is, and why we are doing everything to get to the bottom. You're right. I bet there's a bunch of other members of Congress, a bunch of other citizens like you all over this country that they were looking into, because this is the epitome of the weaponization of government against the other party. President Trump, Republican, all the senators, the Speaker of the House, Republican, and of course the top Republican on the Judiciary Committee. That's how ridiculous this whole thing is.
Did they get your text? Because I've had thousands of my personal private text messages released to the public.
Great question.
They didn't get it from me. They never got it from me. I don't save text messages. I don't have an iCloud, but they end up putting it on, putting it up there in hearings and in the newspapers and use it in criminal cases, of which I am not a party to. Yep. Now, do I deserve some degree of privacy? Do you deserve that? I think you do.
It's called the Bill of Rights. It's called the Fourth Amendment, for goodness sake. Of course you do. Our understanding of this subpoena is they got the time you sent the text, who you sent the text to, just like they were with the call. They did not get the contents of the text. But we know the January 6th committee got some context of text from you and from me and everyone else. So, but this subpoena was for when those texts were sent, not the actual contents of it. But what I want to know is who signed off on this ultimately? Did Chris Wray know about this? This is the Biden DOJ. Did Merrick Garland know about this? Because this subpoena was sent in April of 2022. Did Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, who signed off on this? This idea that you got one branch of government run by Democrats going after the legislative branch at the time run by Republicans. I mean, the top Republicans. That's how crazy this all is. So look, we're going to keep gathering information. We're going to be ready for when we bring Jack Smith in for his deposition, because we're going to have a lot of questions for him.
They determined that, quote, disclosure would result in a flight, that you might flee the country, or that you might intimidate witnesses. Who made that determination? Because that is the exact opposite of the person I know.
The same people who said we're going to take Scott Perry's phone. The same people who said we're going to surveil a member of Congress, Scott Perry, for a week. Go find out where he works, find out what kind of vehicle he drives, get photos of his home, his car. I mean, those are the same people. It's this Wyndham guy that we referred yesterday to the Justice Department. He was the guy who signed off on that subpoena to get Scott Perry, a general in our Army, member of Congress for 14 years. It's that mindset that says anyone who's for President Trump is the enemy, and we're going after them. That's what they did. So people say, oh, you guys, this is retribution. This is not retribution in any way. It's holding people accountable who did crazy, ridiculous things like Jack Smith, like this Artie Cross investigation, and like the Biden DOJ.
Well, I'm sorry, Congressman, I really am, and I hope we get to the bottom of it. Why are they trying to take away a provision that would allow people like you and senators spied on illegally to sue the people involved?
Well, we passed legislation 2 days ago out of our committee that says you can't do these kind of gag orders. You can't have them for years and years. There's a higher threshold if you're going to issue these things. We're trying to push back on this in a big way. Maybe we need to tell these carriers, you can't do this at all. You can't. Maybe we need to look at that. So this is, again, we have the thing called the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. We should be respecting that. I don't think the way these guys did, I don't think it does. So we're looking at all kinds of legislation.
Chairman Jordan, thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to
You know
Fox
what I'm
News.
gonna say. Y'all know what I'm gonna say. Keep it moving.
I want to start with chilling new details that have come to light about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh boy, we're gonna find out more.
Coming from the head of Charlie's security team. This man is Brian Harpole. He sat down with podcaster Sean Ryan for almost 3 hours, opening up about everything that unfolded that day. He also spoke about the feeling that he had in the lead up to September 10, 2 days before the speaking event at Utah Valley University, the day that Charlie was taken from us in the most evil way possible. Brian Harpole was worried. Brian Harpole is a former Navy SEAL, he's a former police officer, and he became aware that some of the rooftops were easily accessible. So what did he do? He contacted the UVU Police Chief Jeff Long. asking him directly if one of his security guards could be stationed at the doors to block it. Here he is reading the word-for-word text message exchange between them.
Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley. The Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs. He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center. And so he comes back, he says, you want access to the roof? And came back and said, I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be there as well, if possible. He comes back, and his last correspondence was, I got you covered. What else am I to do?
I got you covered. I mean, it is so hard to hear that. According to Brian Harpole, no one from UVU ever ended up being assigned to check the roofs or be stationed at the doors, and no one from his team was allowed access. I mean, it is unbelievable. And as we know, just minutes into the speaking event on September 10, a single shot was fired from a rooftop. Here is Brian speaking about that exact moment.
I remember I heard the gunfire, and then I don't know if you've heard this, but I heard that bullet slap him. And so so you hear two sounds, actually. And so you hear the actual shot, and then you hear the bullet hit him in the neck, like you hear it.
He went on to describe how the security team jumped around Charlie, giving him cover within seconds, not knowing if there were more shots about to be fired.
And so I initially dove down on top of him and just was on him almost face to face. And then when I was doing that, I went down, I could see the wound. And so I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding, just trying to find the pressure. And it was coming out still. And I'm on top of him, like close. And it was still coming out enough that I guess it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips.
Ew.
He ordered his team to prep the car, but when he looked at Charlie, he knew he wasn't going to make it.
But it's fast to get an initial assessment, plug a hole, pick them up, move them.
Yeah, and so it's just like, dang. And it's some horrible realities of it too, that like I told the guys this, and I haven't. When I jumped down on him, he had doll's eyes. And so I was like, man, these are wounds incompatible with life.
You knew.
Yeah.
You want to take a break?
It is so heartbreaking. We know that 22-year-old Tyler Robinson has been charged with aggravated murder. UVU says it's in the process of an independent review into what happened. But 10 weeks on, there are still many, many unanswered questions about the failures of that day, the day we lost an American hero.
All right, let's keep it moving here. Actually, got a little breaking news. I was watching the Miss Universe 2025 here, and I got to say, congratulations to Miss Mexico. Mexico wins 2025 Miss Universe. It's the 74th, I guess, anniversary of Miss Universe, and the winner for 2025 is Mexico. So congratulations to Mexico. Who would have thought? What a surprise. Congratulations. All right, keep it moving. I thought that was a little breaking news for, that's I was watching here too. So Mexico won. So good for them. All right, let's keep it moving. And we got a little bit more news to go. It's pretty entertaining. I hope you guys are entertained. I like input. I love input.
And right now, new trouble on the tracks in North Miami. A bright line train colliding with a car.
The driver in that car critically injured in that crash. And Local 10's Jolina Esperto is live at that scene.
She's reaction from witnesses. What did they see, Jolina?
Yeah, they saw a nasty crash. They heard a loud slam. And when they came out, they saw a mangled mess. Now, just in the last couple hours, we had to move across the street from the exact crash scene here. That's because crews are out here working to fix the remaining damage and debris on the ground. That's the gates, the lights, the signs. And because of that, railroad workers are here manually guiding the traffic and the trains with their control system to make sure everything goes smoothly. Now, this was, again, a nasty crash. It has happened in this exact intersection before, leading out to Biscayne Boulevard. And we're wondering if anything might change with this setup.
You know what I think? I could solve this issue.
You can see this man taken away on a gurney, rushed to
I could
the
easily
hospital.
solve that issue.
That's after a train slammed into his car right on the tracks. The car was mangled and the driver was trapped on the inside. Now, Brightline service is back up and running with trains going by.
I heard someone screaming, and then when I saw the guy in the car was inside, like, moving.
The guy was still moving.
Yeah, he was still moving.
Sky 10 was over 141st Street and Biscayne Boulevard Wednesday. You see a lot of debris. The car's engine was tossed several yards, and the Brightline train that hit the car had passengers on it when it came to a sudden quick stop.
Probably within a second or two after the horn, you heard crash sound or a hit, but very low because we were on the back side of the train and we didn't feel anything physically impactful in the train itself.
Wow.
This video is from a prior crash between the high-speed train and an SUV 3 years ago at the very same intersection. The family inside runs away, escaped their car just in time. They said their car was stuck on the tracks while the crossing arms were down.
Since 3 years ago, it used to happen every year. And then with this system, it changed a little bit to improve, but see, still not working, I guess.
And that is just a terrifying situation to be in. Now, this morning we've monitored the traffic, and because a live person was manually directing the traffic and the trains, we didn't see any cars stopped on the tracks there, but it's the same situation, just a different day. We've seen a lot of these crashes here on 141 and Biscayne Boulevard. Now, the incident yesterday is still in an active investigation. We don't know who that driver was, but once we have any new information as to what exactly went wrong, we'll be sure to let you know, and we'll keep pressing for those answers. But for now, I'm reporting live from North Miami. Jolina Esperto, Local 10 News.
Jolina, thank you.
Crazy. Let's keep it moving.
The superstar used her platform to call out the world's failure to defend religious liberty. She's now backing President Trump's efforts to address violence against Christians in Nigeria. Let's just take a listen to what she said.
Faith is under attack in way too many places. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray.
Credit to Nicki Minaj. Esther, why is Nicki Minaj one of the few celebrities actually speaking out on this issue?
Because surprisingly, she's one of the few celebrities with the moral compass. And she's picked up on a story that has been largely ignored by much of the Western media. I mean, this year alone, 7,000 Christians in Nigeria have been murdered. Since 2010, you had tens of thousands of churches that have been burnt or attacked. You have whole dioceses in certain parts of the country that are being brutally slaughtered on a daily basis. And for her to say this and to actually give credit to President Trump for highlighting this, it's cost her, I believe, on recent estimates, 100,000 followers.
Wow.
But I think what she's gaining is a lot more, which is obviously putting attention on this critical issue. And you don't really hear about the persecution of Christians being taken that seriously. I mean, the number that we just heard quoted, 7,000 killed in Nigeria so far this year, that's the highest number of Christians killed anywhere in the world combined. So it's clearly a massive issue that's being carried out by Islamist groups like Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. And yet no one is speaking about it, because if you have to praise Donald Trump for actually, bringing attention to this, you'd rather stay silent in the corridors of Hollywood and protect your fickle fan base than actually draw attention to a real crisis and a real tragedy.
I mean, what does it say about the 100,000 followers that stopped following Nicki Minaj when she was highlighting violence against Christians in Nigeria? I mean, Nick, what do you make of that?
I think it's unfortunately indicative of what we see on the left in a lot of these conversations these days. And for some reason, the left has decided that there's virtue in weakness. And because they perceive that Christians are in the majority in the Western world, they can't conceive that potentially Christians in Africa or, Jews in the Middle East could potentially be the victims of their circumstance. So I give Nicki Minaj a ton of credit for speaking out. I hope she continues to do it. I hope she inspires others to speak out. But it's a really sad day when it takes, a Hollywood rapper to speak out, to bring light to something when, there's a whole foreign policy establishment at the United Nations that exists theoretically to bring attention to situations just like this and put it to a stop.
Signal principal and pollster Nick Weinstein and writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku, thank you both so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Nancy. Thanks, Caroline. This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to, because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos and it could incite violence and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin, she's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the US Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has
Chris,
frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence?
They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders. Every single
can refuse an illegal order, which
but
is
they are
illegal from
but they're
military
suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful. And the courts have proven that. This administration has an unparalleled record at the Supreme Court because we are following the laws. We don't defy court orders. We do things by the books. And to suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should be held accountable. And that's what the president wants to see.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Security says it has ended its Charlotte's Web operation. Border Patrol arresting more than 275 migrants as part of the crackdown targeting illegal migrants in North Carolina. Madison Scarpino's live in Charlotte. She's got more on that for us. Hi, Madison.
Hey, Sandra. Well, according to Charlotte's mayor and the local sheriff's office, Operation Charlotte's Web is now over. And they say because of that, CBP will no longer be out patrolling the city. But they do say that ICE will be continuing to operate as they always have, allowing them to still detain and apprehend anyone in the country illegally here. Charlotte's mayor is now saying she is relieved for her community, people who live in the city, local businesses, and all those, quote, targeted and impacted by this intrusion, unquote. But just this morning, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin saying the focus has always been public safety.
We are removing MS-13 gang members from these streets. We are removing known and suspected terrorists, domestic violence abusers, criminal legal aliens who you do not want to be your neighbors.
So far, we know Border Patrol arrested nearly 300 people in Charlotte as part of this operation, and will likely get an even higher number sometime soon. Officials saying most of those arrested do have a significant criminal and or immigration history, some with rap sheets, including gang affiliation, assault, and drunk driving. But the operation faced harsh criticism, many saying these agents are racially profiling, and nearly everywhere Border Patrol went, so did agitators.
And if anyone supports this, die.
Yeah, so tensions clearly high here in the city. So critics are relieved that this operation is over, but Homeland Security is not slowing down. And the next big stop we expect for them to make is New Orleans. Back to you.
All right, Madison Scarpino live out of Charlotte on that for us. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm
Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
All right, the next video we'll get into is Jason A. So let's go straight into Jason A.
A dangerous subversive elite has managed to infiltrate the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of the Agenda 2030. In many self-proclaimed democratic states, the voices denouncing this global coup are being silenced through censorship, intimidation, psychiatrization, and even arrest. Among the victims of the totalitarian regime quietly establishing itself in Europe, Canada, Australia, and other vassal nations of the United Nations, NATO, World Health Organization, and World Economic Forum, all private entities funded by the same powers, is lawyer Rainer Fulmich, unjustly imprisoned and still awaiting for a fair trial. His crime is having dared to speak the truth in a world of criminal lies. I call on Catholics and all people of goodwill to raise their voices in defense of those persecuted by the globalist regime. It is not Attorney Fulmich who should be in prison, but those who committed the greatest crime ever against humanity, Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla, and all their accomplices and emissaries, especially those in institutional positions. Free Rainer Fulmich.
The current pandemic has brought unimaginable devastation to people's lives, livelihoods, and national economies. At the same time, the green recovery represents an unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset the ways in which we live and do business. Now, I've long believed that we need a shift in our economic model that places nature and the world's transition to net zero at the heart of how we operate, prioritizing the pursuit of sustainable, inclusive growth in the decades to come. Having been championing climate action now for the last, I suppose 40 years, I can tell you that this isn't a fight for the faint-hearted. However, increasingly, we are seeing more and more businesses, investors, and consumers prioritizing sustainability and thus creating a much more virtuous circle of supply and demand. By leveraging market forces and the immense resources of the private sector, there is hope that we can transform the situation. But I'm afraid we are literally at the last hour, and there is real urgency for action. We know now what we have to do to rescue the situation, rather than going on talking about it.
Joining me now is Ned Ryan, American CEO. Ned, great to see you tonight. It seems that the goal of this crowd is to kind of create the same panic about climate change that they successfully created around COVID. Do I have this wrong?
No, you have it correct. I mean, first of all, we have to accept the World Economic Forum is a fanatical political organization that uses fear and manipulation like COVID hysteria, like the hoax of global warming, to really facilitate people thinking that somehow they're the saviors, but really all you're doing is helping them accomplish their goal, which really is a global public-private fascist movement and fusion of big government, big tech, big money to create a technocratic ruling elite, which conveniently is them. And really, Laura, if you want to look at a different way too with the World Economic Forum, they want to create feudalism 2.0, in which we are serfs and they are the lords ruling over us. You'll have nothing and be happy is one of the things that comes out of Davos. That's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for feudalism in which we are serfs and we should be happy that they are ruling over us.
That order seems to not be the order anymore. We are on the way to a new order, so we are between orders. Do you agree with that, or are there ways of what are we able to keep on the positive side from the old order to bring into a new world order, and how can we avoid that new world order becomes like a jungle growing back, and we rather have an order based on international law and the principles that have brought us prosperity and freedom for decades?
I guess, and maybe this is the old kind of teacher in me coming out. I think of this a little bit more about a transition of eras rather than a transition of orders, but the two are kind of cousins of one another. The reason I draw the distinction is because I don't think the international order built after 1945 is getting replaced wholesale with some new order. It will obviously evolve as it has evolved multiple times over the decades since 1945. But I do think in a more sharp and distinctive way, we are moving into a new era, and that's what I talked about in my remarks, that we are, the post-Cold War era has come to a close. We're at the start of something new. We have the capacity to shape what that looks like. And at the heart of it will be many of the core principles and core institutions of the existing order, adapted for the challenges that we face today.
We fear that there's going to become a collapse. I read the articles now that with Trump's tariffs, there's going to be the end of global cooperation, which could hinder the development of ultimately of globalism. And then, of course, We fear that there will be digital totalitarianism and the surveillance state. And then, if that isn't bad enough, I just watched an interview of Elon Musk, and his big concern now is depopulation of the planet. Instead of overpopulation, which the UN is still trying to control, we find that the population of the Earth is actually beginning to contract and get smaller because we're killing off many of our unborn, and we're also sterilizing people so they can't reproduce. And part of the drive for the gay relationships, the LGBT community, is they don't reproduce. That's one of the things we know about people who marry people of the same sex. Their capacity to reproduce is greatly reduced. That's because I took introductory biology. And if the depopulation thing isn't the scariest thing, because we know historically that countries or nations or states which shrink in population actually shrink in power and influence. The most wealthy, successful countries in the world are places like Singapore, where they have people hanging out all over the place. They're most densely populated, and yet they're the most economically efficient and successful because they actually deal with that issue in a positive way. And I mean, you pile all that, and then you throw on top of all of this stuff, you've got Donald Trump, an existential threat to greed, waste, criminality, and so forth. Anyway, when you add all these crises together, whether real or whether perceived, because I'm not saying that none of them have any validity or any degree of validity, but when you throw onto it the things like unemployment and lockdowns and infodemics, inflation, illegal immigration, mass civil disobedience, riots, random violence, unpunished crime, racial jihadists, cultural and religious divisions, and Nazism, and things calling for the dumping of the Constitution or dismantling of the culture with BLM, Antifa, Islamic, commie Nazis. When you have all of this stuff going on, is it any wonder that so many people feel so anxious, so stressed, even so angry, fearful, and insecure about the future? Now, part of that is diabolical in the sense that if there's anything that Satan wants to do is he wants to disrupt order. He loves chaos. And that's the thing, is that chaos creates confusion, and confusion creates a collapse of a culture. And when the culture collapses, then more powerful entities can come in and take control. It's a simple plan, whether you're talking about Zelensky or the communists or the Nazis or anybody. They just have this whole thing, create confusion. That leads to chaos. Chaos will lead to a collapse of a culture. People become divided and distrustful of each other, every man for himself, and then somebody needs to come in and bring overall control. This is especially symptomatic of cultures who have forgotten or lost faith in the one control factor that has always been the ultimate stabilizing force in the universe, and that is God himself. That we no longer see God as the master of the universe or the maker of the universe, but he becomes really nothing more than a semantical device to explain the things that we can't explain.
Good upload there, Jason A. All right, so where we're going to go next is we're going to finish off the night with 3 episodes back to back to back to back of Tyson DeLacruz, our friend who was here earlier today. Had a great show. It was a lot of fun, and can't wait for the next one for sure. So let's go ahead and set this up, and let's watch some Tyson DeLacruz.
That's an absolute metric ton of fentanyl.
With a reminder that only 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered a lethal dose.
America, someone just bought a storage unit at auction in a wealthy Denver suburb of Highlands Ranch for probably a couple $100 and discovered 1.7 million counterfeit fentanyl pills worth $8 million. Enough poison to kill over 800,000 people. This wasn't some random drug stash hidden away. This was a massive Sinaloa cartel distribution hub that got exposed because their courier got arrested and couldn't pay his storage bill. But here's what's really terrifying terrifying. This is the 6th largest fentanyl seizure in U.S. history, and it was discovered by accident in one of Colorado's most affluent communities. Because here's what nobody wants to admit. If cartels are storing industrial amounts of fentanyl in suburban storage facilities where families think they're safe, how many more out there are waiting to be discovered?
A record-setting number of fentanyl pills seized in Douglas County. The Drug Enforcement Administration says they took in 1.7 million counterfeit fentanyl pills in one seizure.
What is up, guys? Tyson DeLacruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This Storage Wars episode just became America's worst nightmare. Let me paint the picture of how this went down in one of Colorado's most affluent communities. Highlands Ranch is a wealthy Denver suburb where you'd expect storage units to contain old furniture, collectible items, Christmas decorations, and maybe some expensive golf clubs, but not enough fentanyl to supply an army of drug dealers.
Douglas County, Colorado Sheriff's officials released this edited video of deputies walking into a storage unit.
The winning bidder at this storage unit auction opened it up and saw what looked like illegal narcotics and immediately called Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Think about that. This person could have walked away with millions and millions of dollars worth of drugs, but they did the right thing and called law enforcement.
That's an absolute metric ton of fentanyl.
Listen to that deputy's genuine shock here. That is an absolute metric ton of fentanyl. Even experienced law enforcement officers were stunned by the sheer volume of drugs that they found in a suburban storage facility. 1.7 million pills in Highland Ranch, a community where the median household income is over $100,000 and families move for the excellent schools and safe neighborhoods. The Sinaloa cartel was using this wealthy suburb as their distribution hub. This wasn't some small-time drug dealer's stash hidden in a storage unit. This was a sophisticated Sinaloa cartel operation that got exposed because their courier got arrested and couldn't pay his own storage bill.
And the seizure has been tied to active DEA investigations involving federal, state, and local partners, touching 6 different states as well as Mexico, targeting the Sinaloa cartel.
The DEA revealed this seizure is connected to active investigations across 6 different states and Mexico, all targeting the Sinaloa cartel. This storage unit was just one small piece of a massive criminal network spanning the entire community.
We have identified an individual associated with this storage locker who is part of the organization and has been in custody since April of this year.
The individual associated with this storage locker had been in federal custody since April, which explains why the storage unit went to auction. When the courier was arrested, he couldn't pay the storage bill, so the unit eventually went up to sale to the highest bidder. The DEA made it clear fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans anywhere from 18 to 45. This storage unit contained enough drugs to kill over 800,000 people, and it was sitting in a wealthy Denver suburb where families thought that they were safe from cartel violence. Let me put the scale of this discovery into perspective. This is the largest single fentanyl seizure in Colorado history and the 6th largest ever in United States. We're talking about industrial scale drug production and distribution. The 6th largest in U.S. history, and it was discovered by accident when somebody bought the storage unit at auction. It makes me wonder how many other storage units across America are filled with cartel drugs waiting to be discovered?
Approximately 198 kilograms, or an estimated 1.7 million counterfeit fentanyl pills, along with an additional 12 kilograms of fentanyl powder.
The powder alone could be used to manufacture millions of additional pills. This wasn't a distribution point. This was a supply depot for a massive criminal operation. Think about what this means. Cartels are using suburban storage facilities in wealthy communities to store enough drugs for entire regions. The DEA called this discovery something that would play out of an episode out of a TV show. But this wasn't entertainment. This is the reality of how cartels operate in American communities.
The discovery started when a man bought an abandoned storage unit at auction, opened it, and called the sheriff's office.
We're looking at a couple hundred bags of blue pills.
From there, the Drug Enforcement Administration quickly connected the unit to the Sinaloa cartel, which the U.S. recently designated a foreign terrorist organization.
The body cam footage shows deputies discovering a bag of blue pills, the counterfeit M30 pills that we've talked about before, oxycodone pills that look legitimate but contain lethal doses of fentanyl. These pills were designed to fool users to think that they were taking prescription medication. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation revealed these drugs are connected to an investigation that began earlier this year into drug trafficking rings operating in Colorado. The storage unit discovered was just one piece of a much larger puzzle here. The fact that this massive operation was hidden in a storage facility in Highland Ranch shows how these cartels have adapted to American suburban life. They're not just operating on border towns or inner cities. They're in wealthy suburbs where nobody expects to find industrial amounts of drugs. Now, let me tell you about the unnamed hero in this story, the person who bought this storage unit at auction and immediately called law enforcement instead of walking away with millions of dollars worth of drugs. What is he going to do with it anyways?
To be clear,
that's a lot of drugs.
This reporting party undoubtedly saved countless lives,
Sure.
not only in Douglas County, but throughout Colorado. And likely throughout our nation.
Every pill seized represents a potential overdose death that was prevented.
The individual absolutely saved countless lives because this garbage never made it to the streets.
This garbage never made it into the streets, and that is exactly right. 1.7 million poison pills that were destined for American communities, including potentially your neighborhood, were taken off the market because one citizen did the right thing. The person could have easily sold these drugs and made millions of dollars, but instead he called the sheriff's office. This shows that there are still some great people in America who will do the right thing even when nobody's watching. Just in case you guys don't know, the DEA considers just 2 milligrams of fentanyl to be a lethal dose. This seizure contained enough fentanyl to kill over 800,000 people, more than the population of San Francisco alone. This storage unit discovery has opened up a massive investigation into the Sinaloa cartel operations across multiple states. What started as a routine storage auction has become one of the most significant drug busts in American history. The individual associated with this storage locker has been in federal custody since April as part of a multi-agency effort to target the Sinaloa cartel. This shows that law enforcement has building cases against these criminal organizations for months. This storage unit was just one node of a massive international criminal network. The fact that the courier was arrested in April and the storage unit went to auction months later shows how these criminal operations work. When the key player gets arrested, their assets get abandoned and eventually discovered by law enforcement, or in this case, by an innocent citizen. One of the most disturbing aspects of this story is what's revealed about the cartel infiltration in America's wealthiest communities. Highland Ranch isn't some border town or some urban suburb neighborhood. It's an affluent suburb where families pay premium prices to live in safe communities. The choice of Highland Ranch for the storage operation probably wasn't random. Wealthy suburbs provide perfect cover for criminal operations because nobody expects to find industrial amounts of drugs in an area with excellent schools and low crime rates. This storage facility was probably chosen specifically because it's in a low profile location where drug couriers could access the drugs without attracting attention from law enforcement. The fact that this operation went undetected until the courier was arrested shows how sophisticated these criminal organizations have become. They're not just crossing our borders, they're embedding themselves into our communities and using our own system against us. This discovery should serve as a wake-up call for every suburban community in America. If cartels can store 1.7 million fentanyl pills in Highland Ranch, they can do it anywhere. America, this storage wars nightmare in Highland Ranch reveals the shocking reality of cartel infiltrations in our wealthiest communities. The Sinaloa cartel was using a suburban storage facility to store enough drugs to kill over 800,000 people, and it was only discovered by accident. The unnamed citizen who bought this storage unit and immediately called law enforcement is a true American hero. They could have walked away with millions of dollars of drugs, but instead they chose to protect their community and save countless lives. This seizure is the largest in Colorado history and the 6th largest in the United States. Represents just one storage unit from one cartel operation how many more are out there in suburban communities across America? The fact that this massive operation was hidden in Highland Ranch, one of Colorado's most affluent suburbs, shows that no community is safe from cartel infiltration. They're using our suburban infrastructure and storage facilities to distribute poison throughout our country. The multiple state investigation that this discovery has revealed shows the true scope of the Sinaloa cartel operations in America. This isn't just a border problem. It is a national security crisis that reaches into our wealthiest communities. Every parent in every suburb should be asking themselves, could there be a storage unit filled with fentanyl in my community? Because if it can happen in Highland Ranch, it can happen anywhere. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
And so, okay. And you know, as of recently, there's been an explosion of storage facilities all over the place. Like, have you noticed, like, all these storage places popping up everywhere? It's because people have too much shit. That's why. And people don't want to get rid of their shit. So they put their shit in storage. So that way they don't have so much in their home. So that's like an extra adapted home. But, you know, a lot of people put some weird shit in storages. And apparently a lot of drugs. So dangerous drugs that can kill a lot of people. Not good. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next one here of Tyson DeLacruz. Here we go.
Police forcing their way in, detaining over a dozen people at the Cubed Motel off Rittiman Road.
America, San Antonio police just raided a northeast side motel that generated thousands of calls over the past year from everything from drug trafficking, sexual assault, and human trafficking. But here's what's really disturbing. When officers arrived, they found doors with locks on the outside designed to trap people inside, which is a classic sign of human trafficking operations. But here's what makes this even worse. This wasn't some random raid. This was a coordinated DART operation targeting a location that residents say have been a hotspot for drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking since Hurricane Katrina. Because here's what nobody wants to talk about. Places like Q-Bed Living operate as a modern-day trap house where vulnerable people get exploited while local authorities look the other way for years.
Not good. Not good.
Right, so SAPD and other city departments swarmed the motel this morning in a DART raid. The Dangerous Assessment Response Team is used to tackling nuisance properties.
What is up, guys? Tyson DeLacruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story shows exactly what happens when we allow these criminal operations to fester in our communities. Let me break down what happened during this massive multi-agency operation at Q-Bed Living Motel on Rittiman Road. This wasn't your typical police response. This was a coordinated DART warrant involving multiple city departments targeting what they classify as a nuisance property.
Just SAPD alone, we've had, in the past year, we've had thousands of calls to this location, anywhere ranging from assaults to sexual assaults, to fights, to disturbances.
Thousands of calls in the past year from just one location. Think about that. This motel was generating more police calls than the entire neighborhood. We're talking about assaults, sexual assaults, drugs, fights, and disturbances happening constantly on one property. DART warrants are specifically designed to address nuisance properties with multiple calls and code violations. The fact that they needed this level of coordinated response shows how bad the situation has become at this motel.
Some residents were still in their rooms when San Antonio police and other city departments arrived suddenly at the Cubed Motel on Rittiman Road.
This wasn't a legitimate motel operation. This was something a lot darker. Now, let me tell you about the most disturbing discovery officers made during this raid. Doors with locks on the outside designed to keep people trapped inside the rooms, or lock management from actually going into the rooms.
A lot of our officers noticed that there's locks on the outside of the doors that have been modified to lock people in. That's usually an indication that there's human trafficking involved.
Officers immediately recognize these exterior locks as classic signs of human trafficking operations. When you modify doors to lock people inside the rooms, you're not running a motel, hotel, whatever it is. You are running a prison.
Police said some people have been improperly staying for multiple months, and they pointed to doors with outside locks.
People had been staying at this location for multiple
With
months, which
locks
violates
outside
city
the door.
ordinances
Wow.
for hotels and motels. But combined with the exterior locks, this creates a perfect environment for human trafficking operations where victims can be controlled and potentially exploited.
That's also because we've had multiple reports here of the same of human trafficking and sexual assault in here.
The exterior locks were just physical evidence confirming what investigators already suspected. Here's another layer to this criminal operation that shows how these places exploit vulnerable people. The motel was operating as an extended stay facility without proper permits, which is a city ordinance violation. When people stay at a motel for multiple months without proper permits, it creates a legal gray area where they have fewer rights and protections than regular tenants. This makes them a perfect target for exploitation.
Andrew Pitt says he stayed here since January.
I never seen anything but maybe prostitutes coming in and out all hours of the night. I'm muted up at night.
One resident has been staying here since January, describes seeing prostitution coming in and out all night. And you can clearly see what type of clientele this motel brings in. This confirms what the police suspected. This wasn't just a motel. It was a base for operations for prostitution, drugs, and human trafficking.
Police say the complaints tied to the motel run the gamut.
We've had thousands of calls to this location.
This shows this motel has become a magnet for every type of criminal activity that you can imagine. Based on my research into this location, Q-bed living has been a hotspot for drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking since Hurricane Katrina. This isn't a recent problem. This is a decades-long pattern of criminal activity that authorities have allowed to fester. The reviews for this place paint a horrifying picture of what guests have experienced. One reviewer wrote, "Wouldn't even give 1 star, but that isn't even an option. Pulled up, didn't even go in. Bullet holes, handle doors are messed up. Windows with boards on them, just didn't feel safe at all." One guest described finding cockroaches in their room and hearing men shouting and threatening shooting outside their door at night. They wrote, "My second night, men were shouting and threatening shooting outside of my room. I never felt safe walking out for anything and minimized my foot traffic. Security would probably help, but you need a militia to secure this place."
Were you surprised to hear that?
No, not in this area.
This situation reminds me of big rate hotels in Las Vegas and other cities where some people stay long-term while others just use the room by the hour, if you know what I mean. Based on the location and type of clientele this motel was attracting, it's clear this was operating as a modern-day trap house. One reviewer described this place as having a homeless shelter vibe with ignorant and extremely rude and unhelpful staff. Another wrote about witnessing people using hard drugs, weird pipes, and needles in the stairways and elevator, and called it a not safe place to stay, let alone have children.
We want to make sure, first and foremost, officer safety and, just everyone's safety. So if a room was, for instance, locked from the outside, we want to get in there.
This isn't how legitimate hotels, motels operate. This is how prison and trafficking operations work.
But one former resident believed the locks were more to keep people out.
They just really just locked them up just to keep people from going in because they wasn't running enough.
This sounds like somebody trying to cover for a trafficking operation. The response to this motel involved multiple city departments working together. We're talking about SAPD, Animal Control Services, Development Services, Neighborhood Housing, Metro Health, the Department of Human Services, the City Attorney's Office, and the Fire Department. The level of coordination shows how serious the city is about shutting down this operation. When you need the Fire Department, Animal Control, the Health Department, and Housing Services all working together, you're dealing with a complete breakdown of basic standards.
We tried the office to get management's response, but the door was locked too, and no one answered our knocks.
The fact that management was completely unavailable and unresponsive shows this wasn't a legitimate business operation. Real hotel, motel managers don't just disappear when law enforcement shows up. Criminals do.
Wow. There are some that are being detained. As a matter of fact, we found multiple people that had felony warrants as well as misdemeanor warrants.
Multiple people were found with felony and misdemeanor warrants, which shows this location was attracting people who were already involved in criminal activity. This wasn't just a place where crimes happened. This was a place where criminals gathered. What happened at the Q-Bed Living represents a broader pattern of how vulnerable people get exploited in places that operate outside the normal oversight and regulations. These establishments prey on people who have nowhere else to go. The reviews I found describe a place where people are afraid to leave their rooms, where drug use was happening openly in hallways, where violence was a constant threat, and where basic safety and sanitation standards didn't exist. One reviewer wrote, "I do not recommend it. It is full of cockroaches. This place is dangerous with shootings and even deaths. There are as many thieves and the rooms are not in the best condition. They have mold and all kinds of problems. Sometimes even water goes out sometimes. It's a very stressful place." Another described it as one of the worst places I've ever stayed at.
That's crazy what people stay
loitering
there.
around and conditions were not safe for children at all. This is what happens when authorities allow these operations to continue for years without proper oversight. They become a magnet for every type of criminal activity and exploitation. America, this raid on Q-Bed Living exposes the dark reality of how human trafficking drug operations hide in plain sight in our communities. For years, this motel generated thousands of police calls while operating with exterior locks designed to trap people inside their rooms. The reviews and resident testimonials paint a horrifying picture of a place where vulnerable people were exploited, where violence was constant, and where basic human dignity was completely absent. This isn't just a poorly managed motel. This is a criminal operation that preyed on society's most vulnerable. The fact that this continued for years after Hurricane Katrina shows how these criminal enterprises can become normalized in communities when authorities don't take decisive action. The exterior locks, the extended stay violations, the constant police calls, every single warning sign was there. The multiple agency DART operation that finally shut this down shows what's possible when law enforcement coordinates properly to address these criminal operations. But in my opinion, it shouldn't take years and thousands of police calls before action is taken. Every community needs to be vigilant about these types of operations, exploiting vulnerable people, providing this type of housing. When you see the warning signs, constant police activity, people afraid to leave, exterior locks on doors, that's when you need to demand action from the local authorities. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you allow operations like this to fester over years. This raid represents justice finally being served, but it came years too late. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, that's a crazy place to like wanted to even stay and leave a review on. Like, I'm like, no, thank you. No, it's like, how is that place still in operation? That's like the biggest question. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get more updates on that story because that story needs to have like updates. What's going on there? That's just crazy. All right, let's go to the last show of the night. And that's Tyson DeLacruz spot for tonight. So let's enjoy this one.
In the manhunt for a former Olympic athlete, now accused of being an international drug kingpin.
Ryan, you're next, buddy.
America, the Department of Justice just increased the reward for former Olympic snowboarder turned drug kingpin Ryan Wedding to $15 million, making him one of the most sought after fugitives in the world. This guy went from representing Canada at the 2002 Winter Olympics to becoming the FBI's most wanted, accused of running a $1 billion cocaine empire that moved 60 tons of drugs annually while ordering witness executions from his hideout in Mexico. But here's what's really insane. Wedding is now being called the modern-day Pablo Escobar by federal prosecutors. And they just unsealed new charges showing that he had a witness gunned down in a Colombian restaurant to prevent testimony. Because here's what nobody wants to admit. This case shows how international drug cartels recruit athletes and use their clean reputations to build criminal empires that span multiple countries.
The State Department has raised the reward for Ryan Wedding from $10 million to $15 million.
What is up, guys? Tyson DeLacruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. When the feds put a $15 million bounty on your head, you know this case is absolutely massive. Let me start with some breaking news that shows how desperately the federal authorities want to capture Ryan Wedding. The State Department increased the reward for information leading to his arrest from $10 million to $15 million, one of the highest bounties ever placed on a fugitive. This isn't just about the money. This reward increase signals that Wedding has become a top priority for international law enforcement. When you're worth $15 million dead or alive, you have reached the level of the world's most dangerous criminals. Federal prosecutors are now calling Wedding a modern-day Pablo Escobar and El Chapo Guzman. That is the Justice Department officially recognizing that Wedding has built a criminal empire on par with history's most notorious drug lords.
Today, we're unsealing a new indictment, charging Wedding with 2 additional counts of witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking.
For those of you who don't know Ryan Wedding's story, let me take you through one of the most shocking falls from grace in sports history. This guy went from representing his country on the world's largest stage to becoming an international fugitive in less than 2 decades.
Ryan Wedding previously was an Olympic athlete for Canada, but instead of using the privileges that come with being an Olympic athlete to do good for people, he did the opposite.
Wedding competed for Canada in snowboarding in the 2002 Salt Lake City Olympics, ultimately finishing 24th. But instead of using his Olympic platform for good, he chose to become what federal agents call a major drug trafficker and killer.
Wedding went from being an elite athlete to running one of the most sophisticated drug trafficking networks in North America.
Wedding's criminal career began with a 2008 conviction for trying to buy 24 kilograms of cocaine from an undercover FBI informant in California.
Agents believe Wedding is running the operation from Mexico under the protection of the cartel, once headed by now imprisoned drug kingpin El Chapo.
After serving time for that conviction, honestly, Wedding didn't learn his lesson. Instead, he moved to Mexico and began building what would become a billion-dollar criminal empire under the protection of the Sinaloa cartel. Let me break down the scope of Wedding's alleged criminal empire because the numbers here are absolutely staggering. We're talking about an operation that moved 60 tons of cocaine per year. That is 120,000 pounds of drugs flowing through North America annually. The operation moved cocaine from Colombia through Mexico into Southern California, where it was stored in stash houses before being transported to Canada and other U.S. cities. Wedding's organization used Los Angeles as their primary hub for distributing drugs throughout North America.
Wedding, along with 15 others, were charged last year in what has been dubbed Operation Giant Slalom. Most have been captured, but Wedding and 1 other remain on the loose.
But prosecutors also allege he was involved in multiple murders related to drug crimes. This, in my opinion, shows that Wedding wasn't just moving drugs. He was using violence to protect and expand his criminal empire. The investigation has resulted in over 35 indictments, seizures of more than 2,000 kilograms of drugs, numerous weapons, $3.2 million in cryptocurrency, and over $13 million in physical assets. This just shows the massive scale of Wedding's criminal organization. Now, let me tell you about the most disturbing new charges against Wedding: the alleged murder of a federal witness who was shot 5 times in the head at a restaurant in Colombia to prevent him from testifying.
Wedding is also accused of murdering a federal witness after he was indicted in 2024.
Wedding allegedly used a Canadian website called The Dirty News to post photographs of the witness and his wife to help locate him for assassination. This just shows the sophisticated and ruthless methods Wedding used to eliminate threats to his organization.
The witness was gunned down in a restaurant in Medellin before he could testify against Wedding.
This wasn't just a drug crime. This was an assassination designed to obstruct justice and intimidate other potential witnesses.
His lawyer advised them to kill this witness. His lawyer told him if you kill this witness, the case would be dismissed.
Even more shocking, federal officials allege that Wedding's own lawyer advised him to kill the witness. About 5 months ago, there was a massive cocaine bust in Canada that authorities now believe is directly connected to Wedding's criminal organization. This seizure shows that Wedding's network is still actively operating even while he's a fugitive.
Showing off what they describe as nearly $50 million worth of cocaine
Peel Regional Police announced their biggest drug seizure ever.
But investigators now believe this massive bust was directly linked to Wedding's criminal network, showing his organization was still actively trafficking drugs.
The likelihood of what's happening here in Peel being traced back to an organization like that.
Police stated that the likelihood of this seizure being traced back to Wedding's organization is quote unquote very high. This shows that even while Wedding is in hiding, his criminal network continues to operate and move massive quantities of drugs.
But in court documents we obtained, U.S. prosecutors say Wedding continues to traffic drugs while in hiding.
This means the $15 million bounty isn't just for past crimes. Wedding is allegedly still active in his criminal empire from Mexico. The international manhunt for Ryan Wedding has been ongoing for over a year, with authorities believing he's hiding in Mexico under the protection of the Sinaloa cartel. This protection makes him extremely difficult to capture. This cartel protection explains why he's been able to evade capture for so long. Federal authorities announced the arrest of 12 people in an international takedown, including Wedding's lawyer in Canada, who allegedly advised him to kill the witness. This just shows that law enforcement is systematically dismantling Wedding's entire criminal network.
Yeah, the attorney he's named in the indictment that was unsealed today, his name is Deepak Padkar. Paradkar.
The lawyer Deepak Padkar was arrested and will be extradited to United States to face charges. When lawyers are advising their clients to commit murder, you know the corruption goes to the top of this criminal organization. The comparison to Pablo Escobar isn't just rhetoric. It's based on the scope and sophistication of Wedding's criminal empire. Like Escobar, Wedding built a billion-dollar drug trafficking organization that uses violence and corruption to protect its operation. The Justice Department and the FBI are now working with Canadian counterparts and government officials across the world to bring Wedding to justice.
He is responsible for engineering a narco trafficking and narco terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time.
This puts Wedding in the same category as the most dangerous international criminals. The fact that Wedding went from Olympic athlete to narco terrorist shows how criminal organizations can recruit people with clean backgrounds and use their reputation to build massive criminal empires. What makes Wedding particularly dangerous is he's not just hiding from law enforcement. He's still actively running his criminal organization from his hideout in Mexico.
There certainly are elements of his network that remain in place. But I couldn't say much more than that at this time because of multiple ongoing investigations.
This shows that capturing Wedding is just one part of dismantling this entire criminal empire.
Ryan, we're getting tips every day. People are calling in. So you're next, buddy.
The $15 million reward is generating significant interest from bounty hunters and informants worldwide, making it increasingly difficult for Wedding to remain in hiding. The biggest challenge in capturing Wedding is the protection he's receiving from the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. This isn't just hiding. This is active protection from one of the world's most powerful criminal organizations. Obviously, the Sinaloa cartel has a vested interest in protecting Wedding because his organization moves massive quantities of cocaine throughout North America. Losing Wedding would significantly disrupt their distribution network. The fact that Wedding can order witness executions from his hideout shows the level of communication and coordination he maintains with his criminal network. This isn't a fugitive on the run. This is a criminal CEO operating from a secure location. Wedding's criminal organization had a billion-dollar impact on drug trafficking throughout North America. His network spans from Colombia through Mexico to the United States and Canada, making him a truly international criminal. The 60 tons of cocaine his organization moves annually represents a significant portion of the drugs flowing into North American communities. Every ton of cocaine prevented from reaching the streets saves countless lives and prevents immeasurable social damage. The sophisticated nature of Wedding's operation, using Olympic credentials, corrupting lawyers, ordering assassinations, and maintaining international networks, shows how modern drug trafficking has evolved beyond simple smuggling operations. America, Ryan Wedding's transformation from Olympic athlete to international fugitive with a $15 million bounty on his head represents one of the most shocking falls from grace in criminal history. The new charges showing Wedding ordered the execution of a federal witness in Colombia demonstrates that he's not just a drug trafficker. He is a narco-terrorist willing to kill anyone who threatens his organization. The fact that his own lawyer advised him to commit murder shows the level of corruption surrounding his criminal empire. The $50 million cocaine bust linked to his organization proves that Wedding continues to actively traffic drugs, even while being one of the world's most wanted fugitives. The to Pablo Escobar and authorities and law enforcement agencies worldwide shows the global threat that Wedding represents. The $15 million reward reflects the priority that capturing him has become for international law enforcement. Wedding stories should serve as a warning about how countries with pride, when the pursuit of money and power replaces honor and integrity, it creates. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, it's like 15 million for his Canadian that's pushing drugs into the country. I mean, how well is he able to run? I mean, this is like the real Running Man. This is like the real life Running Man. $15 million. Who's gonna go and get this guy arrested and turned in? 15 million is a good amount of money. I'm too fucked up to be going after anybody. Fuck that shit. But I'm gonna be getting off of here. It's already 12 o'clock. This is one of my latest shows I've done in a while, and I am tired. So I guess that therapy, physical therapy and chiropractor in one day extended me for another hour here, but I am dead tired. Like, my body is shutting down. I am super, super, super sleepy. So with that said, have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. And we'll do this again tomorrow. It's 7:30 is the mark. So it's Friday. So that's going to be fun. We'll see you then. Have a good night, everyone. Peace.